Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The New Dimension. Soul Society, Squad 12 Labs. A few days had passed and the Kurosaki family made their return to the living world, putting off the union of the Kenpachis until the schedule cleared up for all parties. Urahara and Genryusai hoped that the time away would either change Ichigo for the better, or give Unohana enough time to calm down and not slash him to pieces again. Unfortunately, there was no rest for the wicked as Squad 12 discovered some notable disturbances in the precipice world. Something was growing within the Dainai. "Okay, how's everything going?" Urahara asked, taking a special interest in the disturbance. "The initial scouting team has entered the precipice world and are attempting to enter the dimensional space," the Horned Akon told his captain. "Good. Open communications," he ordered, analyzing the image that displayed the dimensional map. Immediately, things went to hell as the scouting force became trapped in the restrictive current. Screams and panic flooded into the rooms as the on-screen statuses declared an emergency, before disconnecting. "That can't be good," Urahara said, glancing back at the map. "And from the looks of it, the dimensional space is just getting bigger. Just what is happening?" His inquisitive mind raced a million miles to try to find an answer to that question. "I'm afraid that there's worse news." He heard the twisted voice of his lieutenant behind him. "We've just lost contact with that foul-mouthed monkey boy," he said, making Urahara pause at the unusual phrase. "Foul-mouthed monk," he repeated as his eyes widened. "We lost contact with Hiyori. Our communications with the living world are down." "It appears that way," Mayuri responded. "We were informing her of the dimensional disturbances when the feed just cut off. Fortunately, it seems like the Senkaman is still active." Urahara moved to exit the facility. "This has never happened before, something's controlling one of those dimensional pockets." He walked past Mayuri, making everyone look at the returned captain in surprise. "I'm heading to the world of the living to get some answers." He paused before pointing angrily at his lieutenant. "You stay here and monitor the situation, Mayuri. I don't want you near Ichigo. Not after what happened last time." The deranged skeletal clown scowled at his superior. It was a perfectly reasonable request. He protested. "Even I don't want to check that unless absolutely necessary," Urahara yelled. "Now, what's going on with this Valley of Screams?" he muttered before flash-stepping to the Senkaman Gate. "Karakura Town. And we lost contact with Soul Society shortly after. Hiyori told Ichigo over his cell. Keep an eye on your soul tracker for anything out of the ordinary. I'll wait for someone from Soul Society to show up and give us the details. Keep going with that training exercise, Lieutenant Baldy," she snarked before hanging up. "Again with that stupid name," Ichigo grumbled, taking a look at his phone. During his stay last time, Urahara modified most of Squad 15's cell phones to track and identify souls, naming the device Soul Tracker. Right now, half a dozen Soul Reapers were fighting a single hollow. "So it looks like we lost contact with Soul Society and we should keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary," he told his cousin, who was helping while the rest of his fellow officers' friends were doing other jobs around town. Orihime and Tatsuki were investigating something while Chad was looking for more foolbringers. This left Ichigo and Yuryu to help train the new recruits. Almost fresh out of Shino Academy. "Wonderful," Yuryu groaned. "Leave it to us, it's not like there's any apocalyptic, genocidal madman we need to worry about." He kept his eyes forward, focusing on the half-dozen green Shinigami fighting a lone hollow. A sickly green one that looked like an odd mix of monkey and frog with a lion's tail and red hair. "What is the standard to graduate that academy?" Yuryu asked, annoyed that it was taking the unit so long to kill the one hollow. "Not the same we were held to," Ichigo said as he walked up next to the Quincy. 2 minutes passed. "Shall we?" he asked as he manifested a red and black bow of Raisher. Yuryu smirked and manifested his own black and blue, solid bow. Wanna make this harder for me? Yuryu challenged his cousin. A specific area? The two were silent as they aimed from their vantage point among the treetops, from a kilometer away. 1 inch under the left eye. Ichigo responded after thinking. That's your mark. I said a challenge, Ichigo. Yuryu said arrogantly, just before they released the spiritual bolts. The two black arrows raced toward the hollow in question, threading past the soul reapers in the way, and slamming into their mark. Ichigo's bolt buried itself in the middle of the hollow's forehead and Yuryu's hit exactly where Ichigo challenged him to. Told you. Just go yell at them already. Ichigo growled as they prepared for high-speed movement. I'm going to see to this soul that the hollow was chasing. Yuryu looked at his cousin disappointed. Why do I have to be the bad cop? He asked, continuing his look of disappointment. Ichigo was unaffected. You can't perform Konso, you're the third seat while I'm the lieutenant, and you love being bad cop. Ichigo listed off with ease as his phone rang. Yuryu shrugged as he acknowledged the truth in Ichigo's words. They went to their chosen locations, Yuryu with the rookies and Ichigo with the soul of the little girl. She wore her hair in 2 small buns and a pink hoodie with a white shirt underneath. Don't be scared. He said with a brotherly smile. You're safe now. You won't be chased by those monsters anymore. He offered his hand, which the little girl hesitantly took. It's going to be fine. He said, tapping her forehead with Zangetsu's Kashira. She glowed before disappearing as a ball of light. Now to get to the group before Yuryu makes them cry. Again. He groaned as he went in the direction of Yuryu's yelling. 2 minutes. He shouted at the assembled rookie soul reapers. You had 2 minutes to eliminate 1 weakling hollow. There was 6 of you, you should have coordinated an attack of some kind. We seated officers won't always be there to hold your hands. Half of the group looked ashamed by their poor show, others were getting sad at the upstart human, before Ichigo revealed himself. Your failure to actually kill that weakling of a hollow aside, you all contained the potential damage and did corner him. He said. Walking up next to his cousin. But Yuryu is right. You need to step it up because at some point, something stronger than these fodder hollows will show up. For now, dismissed. They called out a resounding, "Sir," before heading off for the squad barracks at the Shoten. At least none of them are crying this time. That was one time Ichigo. Yuryu ummed. They won't improve if we coddle them. He said before Ichigo's soul tracker went off. The two took a look at the reading and they were blank. Nothing to indicate hollows or pluses, it was just a bunch of souls at the train station. That's odd. Yuryu said before the phone rang. Yeah, I saw it, Hiyori. Ichigo said as he answered the phone. Something's off about this, Ichigo. She said in a rare moment of seriousness. I've never seen or heard about anything like this. Go check it out, there might be some answers as to what the hell is going on. On my way. Ichigo said as he hung up. Yuryu, head back to the Shoten in case Urahara shows up, then try to decipher his technobabble. Alright. Watch yourself, Ichigo. The Quincy said before disappearing in a burst of speed, an action Ichigo emulated shortly after. Karakura train station. What the hell? Ichigo arrived to find hundreds of cloudy humanoid spirits with dark pink pin-like heads. They had no expressions, no energy, they were just blank. All of them were wandering about aimlessly, sometimes examining something before walking off again. This is certainly out of the ordinary. He said, putting his phone to his ear and calling Hiyori. Hey, Area 3-8-8, I think I found something. He said, trying to perform a Konso on one of the strange souls with no results. Hiyori? He asked, getting nothing but static as the souls began moving more aggressively. He switched out his phone for his badge and got the same results. And now communications are off with the Shoten. Wonderful. He muttered as he was surrounded. A sudden wind picked up and the blank souls turned toward him with their colored heads becoming red as they reached for him. He knocked them back with ease, pulling out his sword as more and more surrounded him. He used a pesquisa pulse and felt 4 notable presences. Scanning, he saw 3 wearing green and weird armored breastplates, and a female Shinigami wearing a red ribbon around her waist and a yellow one in her purple hair. She practically danced through the souls like a gust of wind, cutting each one down with ease before flying up on a pillar of wind. Ichigo jumped onto a building as lightning built up in her tornado. "Bring them to the twilight, Mirokumaru." She called out, turning her katana into a Buddhist Kakura staff, connecting the ring with her tornado and wiping out the blank souls with a tunnel of wind and lightning. She cleared out the area in seconds with a burst of wind as the only evidence of the battle. Ichigo scanned the area again, but the other 3 beings just vanished without a trace. "This calls for a visit to Urahara," Ichigo said as he dropped to the ground, letting out a loud whistle to signal Khan to bring him his body. "What were those things?" he asked, looking around for the other Shinigami. He could have sworn he met every new member of the squad. He noticed her dancing around like a happy kid, already in her jigai. "Gonna be one of those days, isn't it?" he thought as he walked over to her. "Yes, yes, yes." She cheered. Oh, that felt so good. She stopped when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to Ichigo with his usual scowl. "What do you want?" she rudely demanded. "Nice job out there," he said, making her smile cheerfully. "Pretty impressive work. What's your name and graduate or transferee?" he asked the active girl. "Name's Senna." "Nice to meet you," she said, holding out a hand. "And well." She started looking around before gasping and running toward the window. "No, no, no. This is bad." She started examining her reflection. "Yellow isn't my color," she said, coming to the sudden fashion conclusion. Ichigo looked at the ribbon in her hair. "Yeah. Red would work better." He paused, realizing he just said that. "I've been around Yuryu way too much." He sighed, regretting that he thought about fashion before work. "Anyways, I'm Ichigo Kurosaki, the lieutenant in charge of the Shinigami here," he told her as she turned to face him. "You know what those things were, or did you just attack them without thinking about it?" he asked as Khan showed up with his body, letting him get inside it. He heard her giggling. "If you want to know, you have to catch me," she said before running off. "Definitely one of those days," Ichigo mumbled before chasing after the girl. Soul Society, Squad 9. Hisagi wandered around his squad barracks, sulking from the aftermath of the party. His crush was going after a child that outclassed him in practically every aspect and was mocked horrendously by the other guys at the party. Even the Quincy had the nerve to mock him, all because he disapproved of his Zanpakuto and the philosophy he learned with his former captain. He still respected Tosen greatly, despite the man's misguided belief in Aizen's path. He found his fellow lieutenant and current captain, Mashiro and Kensei, training some of the squad and decided to consult the man that saved him a century ago. "Kensei, is Hisagi an idiot?" Mashiro asked after Shuhei finished telling them about his troubles. Unfortunately for the second lieutenant, Kensei agreed. "Yep, that's a pretty stupid problem you have there, Hisagi," Kensei said bluntly. "Zaraki can't find many people to match him in power and strength. Ichigo matched that man and needs 2 seals to protect the people around them. Old man Yama has the strongest offensive power in the entire Godai. Do any of these guys seem afraid of their power? Hell no. They learned to master and HRNSS their power. Sure, Ichigo's going through a rough patch, but he just learned how powerful he is when he annihilated those foolbringers." He scolded the lieutenant who hung his head in despair. "Fear of your power is the worst thing you can do, especially when you want to protect people. You have to strive to overcome that fear. It's not fear of one's power that makes a warrior, it's the courage to act in spite of that. Captain. Hisagi breathed, rethinking his long-standing philosophy. He was defined by fear, the fear to act in the face of danger, the fear to pursue Ranjaku only to be rejected, creating fear in his opponents, fear of his own blades, and fear of failure. As warriors and defenders, we can't afford to let fear control us when we need to fight. Either to save or to kill. Kensei continued. If it looks like it was meant to reap lives, then reap the lives of those that are irredeemable. The enemies that threaten everything you care about. Kensei gave the boy a smile that was out of place on the usually stern man. Hisagi felt tears come to his eyes. Yes, sir. Thank you for your guidance. He said gratefully, making the silver-haired captain smirk. Can't help with the love problems though. Guess you're screwed there. Kensei said, purposefully ruining the tender moment. On another note, what the hell is that? He asked, pointing to a widening portal in the sky. That looks like Karakura town. Mashiro said, squinting at the sight. I see Ichigo. Hi Berry-tan. She screamed as the two men looked at the childish lieutenant. Hisagi was about to say something before Kensei stopped him. Just roll with it. I'm heading to the inevitable captain's meeting. He groaned. With Ichigo. Ichigo chased after Senna, who was giggling without a care in the world as they ran through the city in their human bodies. He felt something was up with the hyperactive girl, just not what it was. Suddenly, she veered off to the railing and looked up to the Ferris wheel in the city. Ichigo. Look! She exclaimed happily, looking up to the tall rotating structure. I've always wanted to go on one. She gazed at the machine in amazement, looking back when Ichigo put his hand on her unsuspecting shoulder. There, I caught you. He said, confusing her for a second before remembering what she said. Yeah, now what were those things and why did you attack them? I don't know. She said as she skipped away, twirling a bit now and then. I just felt like I should get rid of them. She said, pointing to her forehead. Instinct, you know. I'm familiar with the concept, yes. Ichigo admitted, thinking back to Zangetsu. She doesn't know about those white things and I swear I already met all the new recruits. Ichigo thought to himself as he watched her dancing about, simply enjoying life. I still haven't heard anything from Hiyori and I should report about that incident. Ichigo was so lost in thought, he never noticed Senna walking right up to him and booping his nose. Tag. You're it. She said before running off, giggling the whole way. He grunted as he chased her into the shopping plaza, going past stores and crowds of people, losing her and finding her again by her laughs. Finally, after a half hour of chasing her around, she lost him and he stopped looking. He was looking into the crowd and saw Yuryu, gesturing for him to follow. Crap. He muttered, swallowing Khan's pill form and exiting his body. Senna. I have to go back to base. He shouted, prompting her to come out. Ah. She whined. I was having fun. I figured, but I have a job to do. He said as he headed toward the Quincy. Stay in the area and out of trouble. You got it, LT. She exclaimed, giving a mock salute before running off, Khan going after her. New recruit? Yuryu asked, feeling a similar suspicion his cousin did. Maybe. I went to the train station and found these things and she got rid of all of them. Ichigo responded as they picked up speed. She seems to be a soul reaper, but when I asked whether she was a transferee or graduate, she dodged the question with complaining about her hair ribbon. Yuryu just sighed. Yeah. Wants a red one instead of a yellow one. I'll do it when we get back to base. Yuryu said, already thinking about how to make it. In the meantime, Urahara's already here and wants a report. He says he has an idea of what's happening. Of course. Because Kisuke knows everything. Ichigo groaned, not surprised by the eccentric scientist. How does he seem to know everything? I just assume he got bored one day and read the entire central library of Soul Society for fun. The Quincy said, which both boys could legitimately believe. Urahara's Shoten Squad 15 barracks. Isshin, Urahara, Hiyori, and Ichigo were sitting around a small table to discuss what was currently happening. Yuryu was making the ribbon and Lisa was checking the squad roster for any mention of Senna. Urahara was just informing them of the situation with help from his previous lieutenant, who held up the picture descriptions, after Ichigo gave his report. Then we lost all contact between Soul Society and the living world, and just before I went through the Senkamen, a portal opened to reveal the world of the living. He started the simplifying of a complicated talk. There are 4 major dimensions: the world of the living, Soul Society, the realm of the hollow Hueco Mundo, and just recently the Quincy Empire of the Vandenrake. Separating all these worlds is the Precipice world, navigable with the various dimensional portals that each group has made. However, the Precipice world is littered with dense pockets of erasure from souls that fall out of the reincarnation cycle. These pocket dimensions are called valleys of screams, and from these come the souls you've encountered. They are called blanks because with the loss of their erasure, they also lose their memories. Normally this is of no concern as they eventually return to the cycle, until a certain bachelor party caused a massive influx of souls. He said, giving a pointed glare at his student. So this is our fault? He asked, feeling numb from the realization. Nope. Kisuke said, pulling out his fan. I'm just mad I wasn't invited. He pouted, prompting everyone to punch him in the face. Continuing, he said after a bout of healing, this particular Valley of Screams is located in the middle of Soul Society and the living world, opening a gateway of kinds but only visually as it's gradually growing for some odd reason. Connecting 2 worlds is something that has never happened before. Do they get their memories back? Ichigo asked the captain. Could there be another party causing this? Urahara leaned back and gazed up in thought. The memories merge together into something called the Shinenju or memory rock. That collection of memories finds its way back into the world of the living and attracts the blanks to it. Urahara rubbed his chin in thought. The rapid expansion of this Valley of Screams does seem like a third party is behind everything happening, which means they've learned to HRNSS the power within the blanks and the Valley of Screams. How much time would that take? Isshin asked, already planning search parties to look for the Shinenju. That would be new territory since there's no documented record of anyone controlling and harnessing the blanks, so time may vary. Hiyori chimed in. Years to discover, more to master. Urahara said. You told us you saw a few guys in strange armor. He looked to Ichigo. Yeah, they were dressed like Shinigami except with green instead of black. Ichigo described the figures he saw. Green breastplates and berets. Except for one guy, he had a scar on the left side of his face and long white hair. Urahara seemed to recognize the description, but he needed to do more research. If someone is behind these current events, then I doubt it's anything good. Urahara warned as he got up. I'll see what we can find in Soul Society, while you guys in Squad 15 step up your patrols. Indeed. Isshin agreed. We have to find the Shinenju as soon as possible. Then I recommend Lieutenant Ichigo stays close to this Senna girl. They hear Lisa say as she came into the room. I've double-checked the records. There's nothing about a Shinigami named Senna transferring to our squad. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Best chest. Ichigo woke up, ready to leave Soul Society and return home to whatever counts as normal in his life now. He got out of his room in the Shiba household and grabbed some breakfast. He was so groggy from waking up, he didn't realize what he was walking into. Okay, so for size is self-explanatory. Masaki spoke out. Then there's perkiness, firmness, sensitivity, and use. Ready girls? A chorus of ready rang through the hall just as Ichigo opened the door. Upon doing so, his blood raced as he saw Orihime, Tatsuki, Ranjaku, Rukia, Kakaku, Yoruchi, and his mom, all topless. "And look, we have a judge," Masaki said with a smile as Ichigo slammed the door shut and ran for the back exit. Why do I open doors? Ranjiku's initiation. Ichigo finished a long day of school after coming back to the world of the living. Afterward, he had to patrol a good chunk of the city and chase down 3 weak hollows. Needless to say, he was looking forward to getting home and to bed. The problem was that Ranjiku and Rukia tagged along to get to know their new allies better. Something Ichigo didn't trust. He reached the door and sighed. Something's going to happen. Something always happens. He groaned as he hesitantly opened the door. He pulled it open and Ranjiku was just coming out of the kitchen, wearing an apron. She seemed to exude serenity with a gentle, mature aura surrounding her. "Welcome home, darling," she said with a gentle smile as she walked up to him, planting a quick kiss on his lips. "You seem exhausted." She helped him out of his jacket and took his school bag. "Go on inside the kitchen and eat your dinner, I've made curry," she said before heading up the stairs. "I'll go draw a bath for us," she teased as she ascended the stairs. A few seconds passed before he finally realized she was wearing just an apron. Meanwhile, Masaki and Ichigo's other lady friends were watching the scene in shock by how Ranjiku went through it. "My third daughter," Masaki cheered out, making Orihime, Tatsuki, and Rukia gasp in shock. "What happened last time?" Mayuri was overjoyed with the rich sample he got out of Ichigo's arm. There were other things he was eager to test. The first time he asked Ichigo for more samples. "Ichigo, would you mind giving some of that chitinous hollow armor?" he asked as Ichigo wandered through the research labs. Ichigo created small plates and gave them up. The second time he asked, "Ichigo, there's something strange about your rapier but your arm doesn't have any left. Mind filling this up?" Mayuri asked, giving him a rapier conductive stone. There were no problems there. Third time was the last time. Ichigo dash. "What do you want now, Mayuri?" Ichigo asked, turning to the scientist, who had a jar in one hand and a few naughty pictures of Nimue in the other. "Nothing much," he said before Ichigo punched him in the face. Lost memories. Karakura Town Shopping Plaza. This is going to take some looking into. Kisuke's words echoed in the mind of the hybrid. I have an idea on who's behind this, but nothing definitive yet. I'll try to find any record of the girl you're talking about. For now, Ichigo, you are to keep an eye on this Senna girl, his father and captain ordered. Until further notice, she's a person of interest. See if you can find anything out. Ichigo made his way back into the plaza, carrying a special ribbon Yuryu made that was able to serve as a tracker for those familiar with its rapier trace. Now let's just hope she actually stuck around. Ichigo muttered to himself, looking around the crowd of people. Some browsing, some eating, some watching stage performances, and nothing too out of the ordinary. Ichigo. He heard his loyal mod soul call out to him. He looked up to the second level to see Senna and Khan, in his body, waiting for him. You're back, Khan said with a smile. Everything's okay around here, LT. Senna beamed as Ichigo jumped up to them and returned to his body. I found this really nice ribbon, but Khan wouldn't let me have it, she said with a pout. Ichigo raised a quizzical eyebrow to the girl. Did you have money to buy it? Ichigo asked, making the girl chuckle nervously. Ichigo sighed as he pulled out the silk ribbon Yuryu gave him. Here, he offered, taking the yellow ribbon out of her hair. Our third seat likes sewing and made this. He handed her the new ribbon. She gasped in delight before tying her hair with the new ribbon. Oh, I love it, she cheered, looking at herself in the window. How do I look? She asked, getting right into Ichigo's personal space. He blushed hard at the sudden closeness as he looked at her and the ribbon. Yeah. He turned away, still blushing hard. It looks cute. Senna looked puzzled and backed away before adopting a mischievous smirk. Falling in love with me, eh? She teased the blushing hybrid. Before he could protest, she took off running away. If you catch me, I'll go on a date with you. Ichigo. She sang, getting a head start on him. What does she run on? Ichigo groaned, feeling exhausted from chasing her around all day. He went after her as she disappeared into the crowds. He almost lost track before he used the spirit threads from her ribbon to find her, standing on top of a building that was the focal point for the hanging lights. Soon, everything went quiet as all eyes turned towards her and the lights turned on. She began walking on the cables like a tightrope. Ah crap. He cursed, looking around the crowd to make sure no one was watching him. Taking a breath, he disappeared with Hirenkyaku and Bringer Light, reappearing behind Senna as she was a foot out on the cable. Not taking the same risk, he created a platform of rasure under his feet and mimicked her feet just as she was falling off the side. He caught her hand and spun her back up onto the cable. The crowd gasped and applauded, thinking it was just a show. Huh? Wah? She asked before looking at Ichigo, noticing the glowing footholds beneath him. You cheater. She said, puffing her cheeks into an adorable pout. Then she brightened up as she began to sway. Soon she started dancing, pulling Ichigo into her rhythm as someone started playing music. She giggled as she continued to dance, Ichigo soon joining in to simply avoid falling. Drop, and Shunpa. She whispered before letting go, disappearing in a flow of autumn leaves. Ichigo followed suit, tracking her easily. Tada! She cheered, standing on a pedestal amongst the crowds with the hybrid next to her. The crowds let out their applause as Ichigo dragged her away from the limelight. Food court. That was entirely reckless of you. Ichigo scolded as they took the time to eat. This city is known for several spiritually aware people. You could have exposed things they weren't ready to understand. It's fine, isn't it? Senna mumbled, pouting while eating her sandwich. They just thought it was part of a show. Not the point, rookie. Ichigo growled before calming down. Just be more careful for now. Something big is going on. This caught Senna's attention as she watched Ichigo. These strange souls are called blanks and some group is using them to find something called the Shinenju. Who's using the blanks? She asked, continuing to eat. We don't know yet. Ichigo told her. We have someone scanning the archives, so we'll find out soon though. And this, Shernan. Thingy. What does it look like? She asked again, leaning back in her chair. Ichigo that for a moment. Urahara did say it was known as the memory rock, implying a stone of some kind. Ichigo mused to himself, trying to come up with an idea of what he was looking for. But he also said object, implying that it could be anything. All we know is that the blanks are attracted to it. That's why we have teams patrolling the different areas of Karakura to look for any large group of blanks. Sounds like we just have to wait until they find anything substantial. Senna said, finishing her meal. What are we going to do if we find this rock or the people behind what's happening? Take the Shinenju into protective custody probably. Ichigo guessed, taking a drink as he thought. As for the people behind this, stop them from doing anything heinous. They'll probably be executed if what they're doing threatens Soul Society or the world of the living. He thought to himself as Senna leaned in closer to him. Am I partnered with you, LT? She asked with an expectant smile. Please say yes. You're so much fun. She said, looking at him with a bright smile and puppy dog eyes. I'm never going to win against that, am I? He thought as he felt his will crumble like dry sand. Yes, you and I will be together. I'm supposed to keep an eye on her anyway, so what's the harm? Great. She cheered before pointing at the Ferris wheel. Now let's go on that. Ichigo looked at the ride before sighing. What's with you and heights? He asked, still tired from running around the city while chasing her. It's a good vantage point to see around the city," she said, surprising Ichigo with a reasonable answer. "Plus, I like being way up high. Everything just gets clearer, you know." She jumped down before pulling Ichigo up and hugging onto his arm. "Besides, it's a getaway to end the date." Ichigo's head shot up in surprise. "Since when did this become a date?" he asked, his face turning red from embarrassment. "When you caught me, remember?" she answered, tapping him on the nose. Ichigo thought back and remembered she did say that. "Even though you cheated with that Shuunpa and Racier platforms." Ichigo gave her a deadpan look. "How do I know you didn't use Flash Step to lose me?" he asked, making her laugh nervously. "Fair's fair, rookie," he teased as she pouted at him. "Call me Senna," she demanded. "Then call me Ichigo," he responded, completely calm as they made their way to the Ferris wheel. Once they were on, Ichigo did as she suggested and scanned the area. They reached the top before he noticed something. The once crowded plaza was now virtually empty. Where did the people go? He asked himself. It wasn't too early that everyone would go home and there wasn't any trace of an accident that would force the people otherwise. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Senna staring at the river that cut through the city. "Hey, I don't think we'll find out anything new for tonight," she said, a little nervously for Ichigo's taste. "Why don't we call it a night and try again tomorrow?" "She's hiding something," Ichigo thought to himself as they got off the ride, the plaza suddenly full of people again. "Yeah, okay," he agreed, making it look like he wasn't suspicious. "Head back to the barracks and we'll try again tomorrow," he said, making his way through the crowd. "Okay, she's not heading for the Shoten," he thought, feeling her run off in a different direction before using Shuunpa. "Time to find out what you're hiding," he thought as he gave chase, unaware that the people began to disappear again. Graveyard. She headed straight for the graveyard in the city. Memories of her family, of their funerals, playing through her head as she wandered among the shrines and tombstones. She remembered the priests chanting prayers, her parents grieving her death, and the mourners offering solace to each other. She was so lost in the jumble of memories, she didn't notice the blanks that suddenly appeared. She screamed as she tried to escape the zombie-esque souls that crowded around her, fear overriding reason as she tried to find a way away from the grabby white souls. That's when she felt an attack coming from above and jumped out of the way. "Who are you?" she demanded as the man rose from his attack. He was a dark-skinned man with thick lips that wore a green shihakusho and hakama with a green breastplate inlaid with dark bronze. He was a large and muscular man, enough to suggest strength but not speed. In his hands were dual chakram blades. "You've got better reflexes than I expected," the man said arrogantly, rising from his crouch for the next assault. Senna ejected herself out of her body and grasped her sword. "Why are you here, and what do you want?" she demanded, getting ready to fight herself. The man stood up and moved toward her. "I'm going to be your escort," he said, making it clear she wasn't being given a choice. "Our commander, Gonryu, has commissioned orders to summon you." She glared at him before coming to the conclusion that they might be involved with Ichigo's investigation. "He summoned me?" she asked, trying to fish for information. "Who is this guy? I've never heard of him." "That information doesn't concern you," he said, looking down on her still. "So what are you going to do about it?" "Jai," she heard someone from behind her say. There were 4 more people in similar dress as the now-named Jai. A small guy with armor framing his face, a purple-haired girl with a red obi and plenty of cleavage, a giant cloth-masked figure with giant clubs, and a slender pale man. "I told you not to waste time talking," the small guy said. "You should know better than to jump out like that," the woman scolded while Jai just laughed. "This'll only take a second," he said confidently as Senna launched her attack, leaping to deliver a strong swing, only for him to block it. Stop, that tickles. He said before he punched her in the stomach and sent her tumbling away. He followed it up by jumping on top of her while she was still lying on the ground. That's enough of that. She heard a familiar voice say before a fist slammed into the thug's face. She looked up to see Ichigo standing over her protectively. If you have something against a member of my squad, I insist you bring your complaints to me first. He said, getting between her and the would-be kidnappers. Who the hell are you? Jai yelled out, blood leaking from his misshapen nose. Ichigo brought his right hand up, his thumb cloaked in his crimson ryatsu, and flicked it. In the same instant, Jai's elbow exploded, taking a majority of his arm. Arg! My arm! He screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. Bala de francotirador. Ichigo muttered as he brought his hand down, his thumb smoking from the release of power. Senna. Why are you in a graveyard? Ichigo asked, unsheathing his blade while his opponent was writhing in pain. Why don't you mind your own business? She yelled at him as she got up to fight again. Senna, you're a soul reaper in the living world. He explained as Jai got back up. That means you're a member of my squad. He flared his ryatsu, letting the pressure weigh down on his opponents. I never abandon my allies. He growled as the green-clad warriors faded into shadow, one by one. That's a new one. Ichigo muttered as he let up on the pressure. Who's Gonryu? Ichigo muttered, recalling the name before his intervention. From behind, Senna tried to sneak away. Until Ichigo grabbed her obi and held her up in front of him. So, I said head back to the barracks. Ichigo scolded the flinching girl. You apparently heard, go to the graveyard, have no backup, and almost get kidnapped. What was so important that you had to come here for? He asked, letting her down so she could stand. My entire family is buried here. She explained, looking nostalgic as she stared at the tombstones. It's a little fuzzy, but I have memories of when I was alive. I just wanted to see those places to confirm those memories. She said, giving a sad smile. Sorry. I'll head back to base now, LT. She told him before Ichigo grabbed her again. That's not happening. He said, making her look at him in surprise. Those guys matched the description of our main suspects. They just attacked you. You're possibly in more danger. You're going nowhere on your own. She shrunk a little in fear of the hybrid. You're coming with me, rookie. Kurosaki household. So, Masaki said in a deathly sweet tone, how did you charm this one, Ichigo? Ichigo and Senna were standing side by side, most disapproving stares with one actually looking serious. His father was the only one that knew immediately what was happening. This is, a new member of the squad that recently became a target of a suspected threat to the living world. Ichigo explained, earning a look of relief from the women in his family. I don't go after every pretty girl I see, Mom. He groaned while Senna introduced herself to the family, blushing the whole while. Hello, I'm Senna. She bowed respectfully. He thinks I'm pretty. She teased him earlier, but she thought he was being polite. Thanks for having me. I'll go get a bath ready. Yuzu said, happy to help her brother and father. I'll get the bed ready. Karen said, heading for the guest room. Masaki simply whacked Ichigo on the head. That's for not calling that you wouldn't be home till late. She pouted. I made such a nice dinner too. She went to help Karen while Isshin made a subtle nod to his son. Ichigo led Senna up to his room. You can rest here while we wait. He said, taking a seat at his desk while returning Kon to his stuffed lion body. Boys' rooms are always so boring. She said while taking a seat on his bed. But your family seems nice. My dad was way different. Her expression changed as she reflected a painful memory. Hey, everything alright? Ichigo said, snapping her out of her paws. Yep. She said, quickly recovering from the memory. You talked pretty openly about Soul Reaper stuff in front of you family though. Probably because Dad's the captain of our squad, the one in charge of the world of the living. Ichigo explained. And yes, I earned my position. It wasn't given to me because of my relation. I know. She agreed. The way you handled those JRKs at the graveyard was just so wow. She cheered, kicking off her shows and acting out the events from earlier that night. That reminds me. Ichigo said, recalling the name. That guy said someone named Gonryu wanted you. Any idea why? She stopped her playing and dropped back down, sitting on his bed. No idea. She said before pointing an accusing finger at the hybrid. If you hadn't shown up, I could have gotten more information. Or get kidnapped like they were planning to do. He said, countering her argument. Good rule of thumb. If you're unsure about a fight, immediately release your Zanpakuto. There was a knock at his door. He opened it up to reveal his mother. Tell Senna the bath is ready whenever she is. She said with the gentle smile that was prevalent in his memories. They looked to his bed, only to find Senna already asleep. Ichigo was going to wake her before feeling his mother's grasp on his shoulder. From what you said, it's been a long day. Let her rest. Ichigo returned her smile before they heard movement, finding Senna snuggling into his bed with MMS of delight. Ichigo's muffled name was heard. Didn't charm this one huh? Ichigo's just a natural with the ladies Masaki. Isshin said, pulling his embarrassed son away from his mother. Look Ichigo, communications with Soul Society are still down, the entire squad is patrolling the city, and we haven't heard from Urahara yet. I want you to head to Yamamoto and tell him what's going on. He ordered, ejecting Ichigo from his body again. It's weird when I keep switching between these bodies. Ichigo groaned before pulling open a garganta and jumping through it. He flew through the dark empty expanse, guided by the glowing road he created for himself, toward a place that felt familiar. His only guide in the infinite expanse between dimensions. He found his destination as he tore open a hole into Soul Society. He came through to the other side and landed in front of Unohana. Once he settled, he found himself in Yamamoto's office with Yukitake, Kairaku, Urahara, Unohana, and Yamamoto as they were discussing something. Bad timing? He asked the collection of the wisest members of the Godai. We actually sent a runner to find you Ichigo. Yukitake answered. Do you have any new information you might want to share first? Only that the leader of the guys behind this is named Gonryu and he wants Senna for some reason. A look of surprise flashed across the faces of Yukitake and Kairaku. Unohana seemed to steel herself while the commander let out a tired sigh. After the war with the Quincy, Soul Society worked on creating something resembling an ordered government. Genryusai started, delving into the past. Most of the stronger noble clans and more sensible captains wanted to have a democratic system while others tried to rule like royals. One of these clans eventually tried to seize control by force, but was defeated easily. As punishment and an example, we banished them to the precipice world, where we thought they would eventually perish. That family was known as the Ryodogi clan. Urahara continued in place of Yamamoto. And Gonryu was one of the last remaining members of the main family. We suspect that they've been living as nomads, going from one valley of screams to the next. This was the first time there was ever such a quantity of blanks, so it's suspected that they're using them to mess with the one between Soul Society of the living world. And what does this have to do with Senna? Ichigo asked the scientist. Yukitake was about to answer before a glare from his old teacher kept him silent. Why does he want her? I have an idea, but I need to finish searching the databases. Urahara answered smoothly. Since there was a massive influx of recruits, it's taking some time to shift through all the files. For now, continue your mission. Yamamoto ordered. Protect the Shinenju. His young pupil nodded before reopening a garganta to return to the living world. How soon Urahara? He asked the eccentric man in front of him. Urahara pulled out his fan and tapped his chin in thought. Mayuri assures me he'll finish both projects by tomorrow. He answered, already thinking about the possibilities of the joint projects they could work on. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Ichigo's Punishment. Now go and make me proud. Masaki told Ranjaku, who was clad in a bikini. The strawberry blonde winked confidently to the Quincy as she made her way to the bathroom, where Ichigo was taking a shower. Yuryu showed up to deliver a report to Isshin about what they found. Masaki Oba-san? He asked his distant relative, catching her attention. Ichigo always told me about you in nothing but praise as a gentle person. Why are you, essentially, torturing Ichigo with this? Masaki gave the boy a teasing smile. I assure you Yuryu, I have nothing but love for my children. She said, just as Ichigo let out a scream. I'll stop when I feel like he's been appropriately punished for becoming such a naughty boy in my absence. Yuryu's teenage struggle. Hello Yuryu. Mayuri greeted, having resorted to the second option of procuring a certain sample he wanted. Hunting down the Quincy that had access to whatever at the Kakura hospital. I was wondering Ichigo already told me what you wanted. Yuryu quickly responded. And no, we do not have any of what you're looking for at the Kakura hospital. You sicko. He said, not letting Mayuri finish. DMN. The skeletal man cursed, fishing out the photos of his daughter from his pocket. This whole venture was a waste of my time. He was about to tear up the provocative pictures with furious abandon before he noticed a blush on the Quincy's face. You want them? Yuryu fidgeted, memories of when he was almost assaulted by the girl flashing in his mind. He couldn't deny that she was certainly attractive though. How much? The Quincy asked, caving into his teenage hormones. Mayuri looked indignant. Are you suggesting that I'm so depraved that I'd sell RTC pictures of my daughter? He growled at the human. Because if so, 2,000 can for the lot. Up front. He said, calming down instantly. Yuryu began to pull out his wallet. Boiling point. Karakura town. The next morning came and the search for the Shinenju and the Ryodogi clan started again. Isshin left for Soul Society to help plan with the other captains while his seated squad members took over the search. Ichigo and Senna went back to the train station, being the first located sighting of the blanks en masse. The place became crowded with most of the people walking around, almost aimlessly. I'm bored. Senna whined. How much longer are we going to stay here? They were waiting for 15 minutes. This is where those blanks first showed up, remember? Ichigo stated, scanning the groups of people. It's not usually this crowded around this time. What's happening? He wondered as he watched the blank expressions of the people as they walked by. Anyway, stay close to me. Which would work better if you'd stop running off on your own. He said, turning to find her already gone. Why am I not surprised? He said before following her trail of spirit threads. Did you forget that you were attacked last night? Ichigo asked, stopping when he saw Senna talking to a soul of a crying child, trying to comfort him. He says his name's Tomoya. Senna explained when she noticed Ichigo. Said his father and him were going to the festival in their car. He took a nap and when he woke up, he was all alone. She explained the story the crying boy just conveyed to her. He's probably in heaven by now. Ichigo said to the kid. No he's not. Tomoya argued. He's out there looking for me right now. I know he is. Then how about Ichigo and I help you look for him? Senna suggested. We'll all find him together. Ichigo groaned at getting stuck babysitting two children now. They started off toward where Tomoya said his father would be waiting. Senna. Ichigo called to the girl. Aren't we in the middle of something? He said, trying to remind her about the attack and the blanks. Don't we also have no leads? She countered, shutting the hybrid up. Besides, Soul Reapers are supposed to help. Aren't we? She said with a smile before continuing to follow the young boy. She's not wrong. He muttered before joining the two as they proceeded on the long walk to wherever the festival was supposed to be. They spent a couple of hours searching the city, Senna's infectious energy and cheer pushing him to continue the journey without complaint. All the leads and searching eventually led to a shrine at the top of a hill. Why are you trying so hard? Ichigo finally asked Senna when they saw the paper lanterns. You had no guarantee that there was a festival or that his dad would still be around. It's going to be a long journey for that kid. Senna replied instantly, giving a melancholic smile. This is his last wish before that trip, so I'd like to see him off with a smile. I can't bear to perform a conso on a scared little kid like that. She said in a surprising moment of maturity. They entered the shrine, Senna helping Tomoya look for his father while Ichigo watched the crowd of people aimlessly wandering about. This isn't right. He thought to himself as the kid's father found them, getting into a tearful reunion. They seem like they're talking, but I can't hear anything. It's almost as if they're. No, he heard the father and child say their final piece. I guess you were so wrapped up in helping Tomoya that you didn't even notice. The father said with a smile. All the souls that are gathered here, I was able to find this place thanks to them. Ichigo's eyes widened. These people are souls. He continued to think, coming closer to an answer that he didn't want. They don't have soul chains, they seem to be moving about aimlessly. What if we couldn't find any blanks because they didn't look like blanks? He thought back to the shopping plaza and how it seemed to clear out while he and Senna was on the Ferris wheel, the train station that was crowded during at an odd time that day, and now here. What if they were all blanks? That would mean that Senna had the Shinenju. Or worse, the Shinenju. He asked Yamamoto a while ago about his time alive. To the ancient captain's knowledge, no Shinigami could remember their time alive. The process of reincarnation washes away past memories by the time they fully become Shinigami. Don't you understand? Tomoya said as father and son began glowing, signaling their passage to the next life. They're here because of you. I'm surprised you didn't know. If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be here. The boy explained as the two expressed their thanks one last time. Ichigo cursed as his suspicions were confirmed, his hand going for his Shinigami badge. Why me? He heard Senna ask in a shaky voice, scared at the idea of whatever was going on. Why are they all attracted to me? Ichigo turned to her as she looked at him with frightened eyes. Ichigo. I think. I must be. Is it true? Ichigo put away his badge before pulling the scared girl in for a hug. Senna. He said, rubbing her back soothingly. Your memories, are they he attempted to ask before a Senkaman opened up. Through it came Soifon with a few of her patrol force, Urahara with Nimue in tow, Renji, Rukia, and Yukitake. What's the news? He asked, almost knowing what was happening. Renji stepped forward and delivered the report. We're acting on a level 1 order from the Captain Commander. Ichigo, you are relieved from active duty of protecting the Shinenju and are now to find and stop the Ryodogi clan from whatever it is they're planning. Now hand over the girl. He said sternly, almost threateningly in his tone, like he wasn't happy about it himself. Nimue stepped forward to deliver her report. After an extensive scan of the Godiai 15, Kido Corps, on Mitsukido, as well as Shino Academy a total of 10 times, there has been no mention of any Shinigami named Senna or matching this girl's description. The artificial life explained robotically. The Zanpakuto, Mirokumaru, was the registered Zanpakuto of a Soul Reaper from a century ago that was SCKED away by the restrictive current within the Dangai over a century ago. All evidence points to the Shinigami, Senna, being the Shinenju. Senna gasped in shock and tried to protest their claims. That can't be, what you're saying isn't true. She said, almost like she's trying to convince herself more than anything. I am a Soul Reaper, I just know I am. Suddenly Urahara was in front of her, his hand on her shoulder and making her flinch. "Tell me," he said in his most gentle tones, "what do you remember about your life? When did you come to the world of the living?" She looked up at him hesitantly as he smiled down. "It's okay, we won't hurt you." She took a breath to settle herself as she talked about what she did recall. "I remember walking by the banks of that river 2 days ago. I know my name is Senna," she said confidently, a confidence that waned as she talked. "When I was a little girl she grasped her head, almost as if remembering hurt. Then I was alone. It's all right. Breath Senna," Urahara advised calmly. "Ichigo, this girl is in fact the Shinenju and she's in grave danger," he explained to his favorite student. "Ganryu is using the blanks to draw the two worlds together to collide and mutually destroy each other. If he gets his hands on her then he'll be able to accelerate his plans threefold. We need to get her to safety as soon as possible," he said, knowing Ichigo's usual though process. "But what gives you the right to dash?" she attempted to ask before the captain cut her off again. "Yes, right now she has thoughts and feelings," Urahara acknowledged before continuing with the practical argument. "All of which don't matter in the slightest if Ganryu gets his hands on her. She's the cornerstone to his plans to destroy the two worlds. So understand if we don't give her a choice in this matter either. It's either treat her as a person or risk losing her to the enemy." Ichigo was conflicted. He understood the gravity of the situation, but he couldn't stand the thought of Senna being locked away, no matter the reasoning. It was then he remembered some crucial details. They were surrounded by blanks and their current enemies can appear out of thin air. "Move!" he yelled, expelling his soul as the Ryodogi clan members came falling out of the sky and the people around them turned into the white form of the blanks. "Ah damn it!" he cursed, pulling out his blade. One of the falling opponents released several missile-like projectiles between the two groups, making them leap away from each other. Khan stayed near Senna, taking the protective role while his master prepared to fight. The first to come after him was Jai. "Didn't learn from last time, did ya? A minor setback," Jai said with a grin as blanks flew towards his missing limb, slowly reforming it to its previous state. "You won't beat me so he said before Ichigo blew up both of his arms with the same technique as last time. "Not impressed. I can do the regrow limbs thing too," Ichigo said as the man glared at him. "Difference is, I'm better at it." He then kicked Jai across the face and through a couple of trees. He saw the other Soul Reapers fighting off either the blanks or the exiled clan members. The strange weapons of the green-clad enemy kept the Soul Reaper surprised and distracted. "Not dealing with this crap. Limit 1, release," Ichigo called out, breaking the first seal of his power. Everyone felt the increase in his strength as swarms of blanks tried to attack him, only to be swept away with a single swing of his blade. Unfortunately, a good number of them went after Senna as well. Khan was able to fend them off easily with his enhanced reflexes and implanted martial arts skills, letting him dance through and strike down every blank with ease, but got separated from Senna as well, who was going after the white-haired leader of the entire assault. "I am a Soul Reaper," she cried out in her mind. "I'll prove it," she thought as she exited her body and jumped to attack the man stood watching over the entire attack. "Bring them to the twilight," she called out, following Ichigo's advice and not holding back. "Miro Kumaru." She charged valiantly, just as Ganryu turned and slammed his fist into her gut. "Thank you for coming to me," he said with a cocky smile, looking at her like a thing rather than a person. "It saves me the trouble of dealing with these Soul Reapers. The fallen clan of Ryodogi." Yukite growled, glaring at the man that sought nothing but destruction. "I know nothing of that," he spoke, looking down on the assembled Shinigami that were still fighting of thousands of blanks. "We are from the clan of darkness. The Dark Ones." "That name is stupid," Ichigo said, appearing behind them. "Now drop Senna," he growled, flaring his Ryatsu. Just then, hundreds of blanks flew at Ichigo and covered him in explosions. The ones on the ground began to follow suit, just as they were being attacked. A rain of light arrows and ball of fire struck down on them just as much as they exploded, a giant orange shield carrying the Soul Reapers to safety. That tickled, Ichigo said, sweeping away the cloud of smoke that surrounded him. The Dark Ones began to charge at Ichigo, who bypassed them all and appeared in front of Ganryu. Raishur surrounding his blade as he prepared to destroy the man responsible for the attack, until he hesitated. Memories of killing Jinjo and Tsukishima flashed in his head yet again, how easy it was, how little was left, what would happen to his friends. The second he saw Senna's scared face made him pause, and the Dark Ones took that chance, running him through with every blade in their disposal. Ichigo! Senna cried out, just as she and Ganryu faded into the darkness and out of his reach. Ichigo watched as she was taken, roaring in anger as he slashed in a full circle, seriously injuring each Dark One within reach of Zangetsu as they fled. Seconds later, Ichigo was fully healed and furious. They took Senna because he was still dealing with his trauma. The living world and Soul Society are at risk, and he failed to stop it. He was not looking forward to this lecture from Genryusai. Soul Society, Captain's Meeting. Completely unacceptable. Yamamoto yelled at the young hybrid, every captain flanking down both sides, ending with Tessai standing opposite to the ancient commander. Barely an hour passed after Senna was taken. You had the chance, right in front of you, and you hesitated. If you had swung your blade, you could have ended this whole mess right then and there. The Shinenju dash. Her name is Senna. Ichigo grumbled, angry at the disregard for the girl's rights as a person. That doesn't matter. He roared at the boy, trying to convey the gravity of the matter. The Dark Ones have her and can now accelerate their plans to destroy everything. Captain Commander, he's still just a boy. Isshin spoke out in defense of his son, to which Toshiro coughed loudly. He's 15, he's still not ready to kill as easily as the rest of us. Sentimentality will get you killed on the battlefield, Isshin. Urahara responded. In this case, Ichigo failed his mission and put so much more at risk because of it. Now drastic measures must be taken. Yamamoto said wearily. Urahara, what is the situation? He said, consulting one of his smartest officers. Urahara straightened out and delivered his report. The original rate of expansion would have the Valley of Screams reach its critical point within 6 hours. He said, bringing up a 3-dimensional map of the valley. However, with the Shinenju and proper placement, that rate increases to give us almost 2 hours. If left alone, the collision between Soul Society and the living world would see the destruction of one, if not both worlds. The news left a heavy tone among everyone in the room. Commander Tsukabushi, Tessai straightened out as the head captain called on him, prepare the Kido cannon. Everyone in the room was split between agreeing and disagreeing with the plan. Ichigo clenched his fists in anger, at himself, the Dark Ones, and his sensei for making this call. Lieutenant Kurosaki. Yamamoto said, making the hybrid look his aged teacher in his eyes. Make no mistake that your hesitation has forced my hand. However, I will not stop you from going to the Valley and Screams if you wish. He said, surprising everyone in attendance. You will be by yourself, no member of the Godii will join you. If you are still in there by the time we must fire the cannon, it will still be shot. Do I make myself clear? He said as Ichigo took in his teacher's words. Save her if you wish, but don't expect this to stop. Ichigo knew what he was going to do. To you all, she's the Shinenju. Ichigo said, stealing his resolve. To me, she's a member of squad. I will protect my squad members. He flicked his hand in the air, opening a cleanly made garganta, and charged through it. Master, are you sure about this? Yukite cried out in concern. Ichigo is still just a child. Yamamoto merely smiled. Jushiro, is your faith in your junior disciple truly so weak? he asked, confusing the sickly man. Ichigo's too stubborn to let one loss stop him. Urahara said, sharing the old man's confidence. Once he's set his mind on something, he'll do it no matter what barriers stand in his way. Really, it's a question of which is more merciful. Ichigo or that cannon. Isshin continued. Still, now's a good time to test our latest project. Urahara said cheerfully. May we? Yamamoto nodded. They are not members of the Gotei after all. Karakura town. Ichigo stood on the bridge, looking down on the entrance to the Valley of Screams. Chad's patrol found it yesterday during their patrols but thought nothing of it at the time. Now, Ichigo had his destination, his mission, and his determination. This time, he would save Senna. Are you sure about this, sir? One of the squad members asked Uryu. Letting the lieutenant go in alone. Ichigo tilted forward and fell into the shining portal. He'll be fine. Uryu said, just before they all heard the same thing. Limits 1 and 2, release. A crushing pressure appeared and faded in an instant as Ichigo crossed dimensions. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Ruruka's eyes. And now, time to remove the bandages. Urahara said as they began to unwrap the gauze from around the Foolbringer's head. After a week for her new eyes to settle in, they decided to witness the end result. Ichigo and the other Foolbringers were in attendance for the grand unveiling in the hospital room. After a tense few seconds, they finally got the wrapping off and let Ruruka slowly open her eyes. Everyone took in the sight of Ruruka's electrified pink iris as they handed her a mirror. Why, you actually did it. She stuttered, taking in her new eyes in confused elation. Not sure if it's what she really wanted. I like it. Ichigo stated. Matches your hair. She looked at the hybrid, and got her first real good look at him. What a hottie. She screamed in her head, while everyone gasped. Well, that failed. Urahara said. You specifically said, hearts. These are stars. He put the mirror in front of her, only to see star-shaped pupils before returning to normal. Now all she felt was dread. Oh well, time to try again. He said, picking up a scalpel. Keep him away from me. Ishida's memories. Uryu came home after a night of patrolling Karakura, dealing with weak hollows, helping instruct new recruits. It was just a rough week for him. He came home to a dark house and his parents asleep on the couch with the light from their television illuminating them. His father laying on his back with his mother snuggling up to him, finding warmth in her husband. Uryu smiled, happy to actually see this image when he and his father struggled for so long in training. He walked over and pulled a blanket over the two, wishing them good night. Then he saw what they were watching, his parents in bed, disheveled and bare. So what should we name her? His mother asked on screen, patting her stomach. Decided on a girl, huh? His father responded, hugging her close. Uryu turned off the TV and pulled out the tape. It was labeled, Honeymoon. Must destroy. He growled. Must bleach brain. The end of the Valley of Screams. Valley of Screams. Where am I? Senna thought to herself as she came to. She found herself in a canyon lined with crevices on both rock faces that extended for miles. She was strapped to a pole with a red cloth ring binding her to it. Several floating purple orbs were orbiting around her and the poles. She heard movement ahead and saw the dark ones heading for her. So what? I just hang here and wait while you mope about losing? Waiting for your stupid plan to ultimately fail? She said defiantly against the guys that held her prisoner. How dare you speak to Lord Gonryu in such a manner? The man with the rocket pack growled at her, stopping when his master raised his hand. Relax, Rihan, I've long since abandoned the need of formalities. He told his loyal second in command. And your bravado is charming, but futile. With you here, Our plan will succeed and our vengeance against the unjust laws of Soul Society will dash. No one ca res. Senna interrupted, showing more disrespect for her captors. What good is your plan going to do? You want to destroy the living world and Soul Society? To what end? How do you ultimately benefit from this? It doesn't matter, because you're going to be stopped. She took on a condescending and confident smirk. My lieutenant will stop you. What makes you think Soul Society will send anyone out to save someone who doesn't exist? Ganryu demanded. In case you haven't noticed, your lieutenant wasn't much of a threat to us. He boasted while snapping his fingers and beginning the ritual, making the blanks and their energy swarm around her. Soon she was wrapped in cloth made of rasher that coalesced around her and reformed into a strange altar. The defiance in Senna's eyes never faded once. Because he said so himself. She said with a smirk. He never abandons his allies. When she said that, a crushing pressure made itself known to everyone in attendance. That's probably him. She spoke, hiding her relief with casual calm. Rion. Benin. He called to his artillery and crossbow sniper. Get up there and prepare to attack. Jai, Mu, Bao. The dark-skinned, slender, and giant men stiffened at his call. Defend the Shinenju at all costs. This close to victory, he refused to fail. Until a single phrase froze the very blood in his veins. Too slow. They all heard as Ichigo was already in between them and Senna. Jai let anger override his reason as he immediately charged at the hybrid. Ichigo raised a hand up. Ikatsu. He whispered before throwing his fist forward. Jai's body collapsed around the fist buried in his gut, feeling his organs rupture and his bones turn to dust, before flying off from the force of the blow and crashing through layers of rock. The event took place instantaneously. Looks like I still need work. He's still in one piece. Ichigo said, giving himself to his more violent nature. He looked over the dark ones with cold black and glowing yellow eyes. For your crimes, and threat to life, you're all to die. The dark ones gaped at the strength and ferocity locked away behind those eyes. The club-wielding Bao charged at him with the intent to crush him with his mighty clubs, an effort of futility. Ichigo caught the club and weathered its shockwave before moving his palm into the man's gut. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. He said, unleashing the punishing pale fire at point-blank range and turning the man into ash. A monster. Miu gasped as two of his allies were struck down easily. Ichigo was in front of him in a heartbeat, his blade swirling with rasher as he brought it down. Getsuga Tensho. He whispered as he killed another of the dark ones. He looked up to see Senna and Ganryu, looking at him in fear as he hastened his progress. Senna was wrapped in a weird, viscous matter that was calcifying into a strange tree. Ganryu suddenly smirked as Rion and Benin shot down at him. A barrage of missiles and bolts coming down on him. Just as soon as they were fired, they were destroyed by two unlikely allies, showing up to aid the hybrid. I thought wasn't getting back up. He stated as the Foolbringers turned to him. The captain commander said that about the Godii. Jinjo said, hefting his claymore on his shoulder. We're still not members. Besides, we had time to kill. Tsukishima responded. Let us have some fun and you do your mission, Kurosaki. Ichigo nodded his acknowledgement as he shot toward Ganryu. Rion was firing more missiles at Ichigo, only for Jinjo to intercept them and wipe them out with an energy blade. Think we'll get in trouble for this? The more laid back of the two asked. I was always more for giving orders, not following them. Jinjo responded. Besides, we already got what we came for. The two looked up at their chosen opponents. What's the harm in having a little fun? He asked before they charged at the dark ones. Tsukishima versus Benin. The purple-haired dark one blocked the white katana of Tsukishima before pushing off from the blade. She threw a few daggers before firing another bolt at him. Tsukishima swerved around the attack as he flew toward his opponent, disappearing from her view. He reappeared right in front of her and slashed her from shoulder to hip, his blade leaving a shallow cut as it phased through her body. He jumped back as she hesitantly felt her wound. "I'm hurt that you've forgotten about me so soon, Benin," Tsukishima said, addressing the Dark One as an old friend while his fullbring took effect. "I said I would check the situation personally, but Lord Gonryu just didn't feel like waiting, did he? He knew her entire life after that cut. All of her memories were his knowledge, free for him to manipulate at his leisure." "Yeah," she said hesitantly, unsure of her own memories before fully falling victim to his power. "Yeah, sorry. We had a window of opportunity and we took it. We didn't have long to take advantage of it." "It's alright, but answer me one question," he said, trying to gather more information. "Why did you all listen and trust Aizen?" Jinjo vs. Ryon. Ryon kept up his barrage of missile strikes toward the Foolbringer, desperately trying to end him so he could try to stall the Soul Reaper from undoing their plans. Jinjo proved too fast and had a good counter to his missiles. It was either he dodged them in time, or he destroyed them in a single swing of his energy-cloaked blade. But unlike his opponent, Ryon had the limitless supply of blanks to power his attacks. He sent out the next barrage, while a few strafed around in the confusion to get him from behind. Jinjo swung his blade and was enveloped in the explosions. "Finally! Got him!" he cheered, before feeling himself get impaled from behind. He looked over his shoulder to see a lightly singed and ruffled Jinjo, with his blade shoved through Ryon's chest. "That was honestly annoying," Jinjo said, looking down at the Dark One as he desperately tried to summon blanks to heal himself. "But I doubt you have anything useful to tell me." Jinjo flared his power, making his energy blade incinerate Ryon. "So goodbye," he yelled, before destroying the missile-shooting midget. "And meanwhile, you were playing with your enemy's head again, weren't you?" he asked, looking to his side to find Tsukishima with his ever-present and cold smile. "We already got what we wanted from that guy Ichigo punched, so why bother? I got her memories, but I wanted to know their feelings," Tsukishima explained. Their thirst for vengeance had long since consumed them. Easy prey for Aizen to use to his benefit. Just then, a massive torrent of black energy suddenly appeared and tore a hole in the dimensional space. That wasn't necessary and probably dangerous. The world began to shake as the tear grew. "Oh crap! Run!" Jinjo yelled as they departed, leaving the rest to the hybrid. With Ichigo, Gonryu threw all of his abilities at the hybrid, all to stop him from crushing his mission of vengeance. Swarms of blanks, the calcifying slime that created this false tree they were in, thousands of daggers, none of which even slowed the hybrid down. Gonryu watched in fear of the boy, the monster, that Soul Society sent to kill him. He slashed through all the blanks with simple swings, let his Ryatsu tear through the gooey slime, and deflected the blades with his bare skin. "No!" he yelled, appearing in front of Ichigo. Refusing to hide in the shadows any longer. "My clan was unjustly banished by the Soul Society. I will have my dash. Just shut up," Ichigo said with such intimidation that Gonryu froze. "I don't give a DMN about your clan's history and you deserve no sympathy," he said as he cut one of his fingers. "There is nothing to justify your actions to anyone." He raised his finger up to Gonryu and charged a Siro, mixing it with his blood. "But I'm doing this to get my squad member back. Gran Rey Siro." He unleashed the dark torrent of power as it destroyed everything in its wake. The last of the Dark Ones died instantaneously, frozen in the presence of a truly dark beast. Oops. That was probably a bad idea. Ichigo winced at the tears that began to form all around him. The sky, bleeding the restrictive current of the precipice world. "Gotta find Senna fast. Limit restore," he said, sealing his power back up and releasing a pesquisa. "Found you," he said, flying down to the heart of the tree and prying open the path to Senna. Having trouble, rookie? Ichigo asked with a smile. Good to see you too, LT. She said with a smile as she recalled the feelings and memories of the blanks, as well as her own happy memories. She was unsure of her past, but she knew that her memories with Ichigo were entirely her own. Soul Society, Siriidii. We have reports. Lieutenant Kurosaki has recovered the Shinenju and caused devastating damage to the Valley of Screams. One of the communications officers relayed to Yamamoto and the gathered captains. The old dragon smiled as he watched his student emerge from the dimension with Senna in his arms. He succeeded in his mission in less than half the time he was given. That boy's really something. Kairaku said while Yukitake was gaping in shock. Took care of the Dark Ones and began the process of destroying that dimension. He looked down to see Isshin boasting about his son, leading the cheer among the rest of the Godii in attendance. Definitely a future captain commander. In time, maybe. Yamamoto conceded. He is still young and driven by his emotions before duty, but he'll grow and he'll learn. A leader must learn to listen to their heart as much as their head. Something I remembered just recently. He said, sharing a moment with his students. Yes, a fine commander in time. But that punch was too sloppy. Back to the punching board for you, boy. He thought just before alarms began going off. Warning. Several Ryatsu signatures are being detected, coming from the Valley of Screams. The man yelled, surprising everyone as the images changed to look into the dimensional pocket. It was then that Yamamoto got the final confirmation of the Vandenrake's return. An entire battalion bearing Yawatch's banner. World of the living. Hey Senna, we made it. Ichigo and Senna burst free from the dimensional pocket, greeted by his entire squad cheering at his victory and the smiling faces of his friends. And Jinjo and Tsukishima. What the heck were you two doing there anyway? He asked the Foolbringers as they joined their squad on the bridge. The two former enemies smiled at the hybrid with the same smugness they once had. Senna went to talk to Ichigo's other friends. Serving probation. Jinjo explained, pointing at a seal on his neck. Considering what we did, or almost attempted, we are currently on probation. We do anything out of line, we're dead. So for now, we do the field intel gathering. Tsukishima said, holding up his bookmark. My Fullbring, Book of the End, can cut through anything, or lets me control someone's memories after I cut them. As a bonus, I get a comprehensive knowledge of those I cut. It was suspected the Dark Ones were influenced by Aizen and we were sent to find out. Thanks for punching that one guy, Jinjo said, made the job short. So what did you find out? Ichigo asked. Aizen met with Gonryu and the Dark Ones. Tsukishima relayed. He told them that he sympathized with their plight and the injustice of Soul Society and that now was the best chance they had to strike. They were so desperate to get their vengeance, they were ready to throw their lives away for this insane plan. That's all I got from them. Ichigo pondered on the information. What was Aizen's goal in doing this? Testing out their strengths and current defenses? These thoughts were cut short when Yuryu cried out. Ichigo! Behind you! He said, making Ichigo turn as several tendrils pierced through his major joints and wrapped around him. He saw a figure with a white helmet, a white cloak covering its body and single glowing eye. The thing suddenly began to retract its limbs, pulling Ichigo towards it and back into the collapsing dimension. Target locked, recovering Ichigo Kurosaki. It spoke robotically. Get over here. It yelled as Ichigo began to struggle against it. Chad was quick to respond, transforming his arms and firing a blast at the unidentified Quincy. It swerved to dodge and Chad grabbed onto the tentacles that were pulling Ichigo into the rift. Don't just stand there. Yuri yelled as Tatsuki began raining down fire on the strange bot while Oriheim deployed her shield at the same time the thing pulled out a large minigun. Help your lieutenant. Yuryu pulled out his Quincy bow and began firing thousands of glowing blue arrows. The rest of the squad sprung into action, either pulling Ichigo back or firing Kido spells at the Quincy bot. It so far had proven too fast and too durable to let go of the hybrid, who was trying to make sure his limbs didn't tear off. He could grow them back, but it still hurt and he didn't want to risk it with any member of the Vandenrake. Jinjo and Tsukishima tried attacking it from behind, but it reacted so fast that it managed to shoot holes in their chests, forcing them to retreat and Orihime to multitask. Guys! Jinjo coughed out with some blood. He's not alone. More are coming. He took a quick glance back into the Valley of Screams and saw more white-clad figures coming to the dimensional portal. They were having trouble with this one thing, how could they fight off more? Senna looked portal and remembered that she was the only one that could close it, but at a cost. Cover me. She called out, getting overhead and in the center of the portal. Yuryu jumped next to her and saw a battalion of Quincy soldats coming toward them, getting their bows ready. Yuryu responded in kind and began shooting at every arrow they fired. Senna! Ichigo growled out, pulled against his binds while his squad either fired Kido spells, pulled with Chad, or tried to hack away the mechanical tentacles. What are you doing? She began to glow as the world seemed to change. I'm closing the portal. She said, calmly, almost resigned. Returning the memories to the blanks. What? He asked, disbelieving that she was doing what he thought she was doing. Limit 1 release. He called out, breaking his first seal again. Senna, stop this. You can't dash. Yes, I can. She yelled out. You said it yourself, Squad 15 looks after its own. She looked at him with sad eyes. You've done so much for me, it's time I returned the favor. A whirlwind enveloped her as she flashed him one last bright smile. It's the least I can do. Senna, no. He roared, jumping toward the robot that was pulling his Ikatsu. He roared as he punched the android, breaking a hole through it and shattering his hand in the process, but he was freed from his binds. He turned and pushed himself toward Senna, just as the wind exploded. Senna, ah! He cried out as light enveloped the world. Ichigo, can you do me one last favor? He heard her voice through the haze of light. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. BG9's attack. You think everything will be fine? Basby asked his fellow Sternritters as they came into the world of the living. He's just supposed to hint at the Vandenrake's actions. He'll be fine. Bambietta dismissed simply. He wouldn't do anything to jeopardize the mission. She said, just as they saw Ichigo and his squad struggling with the android in question. Or he could screw it up. He follows orders to the letter. Basby yelled out. What the hell? Just then, radio static came from Bambietta's person. Sternritter E. I have captured Ichigo and am now returning him for your personal pleasure as instructed. The message from the android cut as both Basby and Candace turned to glare at the blushing brunette. You slow dash, Candace was about to say when the exact same message played, but for her. Sternritter T. I have captured Ichigo and am now returning him for your personal pleasure as instructed. Now she was gaping in surprise and blushing mad. Can I have a go before you try to kill him? Candace asked. How dare you? Bambietta demanded. Killing a stud like him would be criminal. Let's take turns. She said, getting her fellows' agreement. Basby just hung his head in defeat. Why did it have to be you two? He asked, just before the bridge exploded. Memories of Senna. Karakura Town, Riverside Beach. Hours passed after Ichigo's assault on the Valley of Screams. The blanks disappeared without a trace, the dark ones were dead, and for now, everything is peaceful again. On the surface, that is. Yamamoto ordered Soifan and her stealth force to investigate the area and recover anything they found. Squad 15 was taking the time to focus on improving their skills after the sneak attack on their lieutenant and their near uselessness against the perpetrator. A solitary android with Quincy abilities. That's what Soifon was currently looking at with a strange sense of dread. Ichigo did a number on this thing. She muttered, trying to remind herself that it was out. Being torn in half by the closing portal and missing half of its head from Ichigo's punch, but she couldn't stop the strange sense of fear she thought she had long abandoned. "Alright people, wrap this up," she ordered as her team finished salvaging everything they could find after combing the riverside 3 times. "Urahara and his spooks want to fiddle with this thing as soon as possible. And the sooner I get away from it the better," she thought before looking to the other bank of the river, feeling the Ryatsu of Squad 15's lieutenant. Graveyard. She wanted confirmation, wanted to know for a fact whether she existed or not, whether she would be remembered or not, whether Ichigo would remember her or not. She had a fragmented memory that was slowly disappearing more and more as she felt her life fade. She wanted to see what she thought was her family's grave, see whether she really lived or not. As long as someone remembered, as long as Ichigo remembered her, that would be enough for her. He carried her to the graveyard as her inconsistent memories played in her mind. "Just down this road," she said weakly, losing her remaining life energy by the second. "Fourth from the end." He went to the grave in question. "Is it there? Is there a name?" she asked, her voice cracking as her vision left her. She felt him tense as he looked at her supposed gravestone, the grave that had no mention of Senna. "It's there. Clear as day." He lied, his voice sounding relieved, but his body gave it away to her. "You had a life, a family," he said, standing back up as she let out a whimper. "Thank you, Ichigo," she said, crying with what little strength she had. "Thank you for everything." She felt her body grow warm as she began to fade from existence. "Thank you, Ichigo." She tried to muster the strength to kiss him goodbye, one last thing to do while she lived. But her lips never reached his cheek, her body faded from existence. "I love you," she thought one last time, her thoughts reaching his mind as she disappeared. He let his arms drop and his head hang in shame, feeling the crushing weight of defeat yet again. Only this time, at the cost of someone he swore to protect. He wallowed in his guilt as Urahara appeared behind him, catching a falling amber ball from behind Ichigo. He watched the hybrid drop to his knees, mourning the loss of the girl. He slowly pulled out the girl's ribbon he recovered on his way there and placed a comforting hand on his student's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Ichigo," he said as gently as he could, "there was nothing you could do in the end." The Shinenju was a paradoxical existence that forms and disappears no matter what. Returning the lost souls on the path of transmigration after returning their memories. He felt the hybrid shake more as tears came out of his eyes. "I know it hurts," he said, speaking from experience. "All of this amazing power at your fingertips only to remember that there are things even you can't stop." Ichigo slowly reached out to Senna's ribbon and took it from his mentor. "Normally, everything about the blanks and Senna will fade from everyone's memories. Your father decided to have her registered as a soul reaper and made it a point to memorialize her sacrifice." Ichigo slowly stood up, letting his will to overcome guide his hand once more. "Which will ultimately make it easier when we finally bring her back," he said jovially, making Ichigo look at him in shock. "You can do that?" he asked, hopeful at the idea of Senna's resurrection. "Ichigo, the moment we even suspected Senna of being the Shinenju, I started working on something to bring her back," he explained, holding up the small jiken. "Just before the Dark Ones attacked, I put this inside of her. It recorded every memory from when she first appeared to the instant her Shinenju self faded." He pocketed the small ball and opened the Senkaman. "There's nothing we could have done to stop her from dying as the Shinenju, but there is a way to bring her back. Mayuri and I are devoting a good portion of our efforts to doing so." He turned to face the shining portal. "Yama wants you to report back soon, Ichigo, so settle your business." he said as he started walking toward the path to Soul Society. Now, Senna Shiba or Senna Kurosaki? He idly wondered as he crossed dimensions. Las Noches, monitor room. Aizen watched the various screens placed around Karakura town, the city he needed for his ambition. Over his many years of research into the Oken, he discovered two things were needed to make 100,000 souls and a land rich in spiritual power. That land was Karakura town and it had plenty of souls for him to craft his key into the king's realm. Only now he still had problems to deal with, his incomplete Hogyoku and Ichigo Kurosaki. He created his forces, but production was slowing to a crawl and he probably needed to craft an Arrancar solely to oppose Ichigo. Ever since he revealed himself to Soul Society, his growth skyrocketed explosively and Aizen himself wasn't sure how strong he was, or any of his friends for that matter. At least that's one nuisance out of the way. He muttered, watching the Valley of Screams fade into nothingness. He managed to send the foolish Dark Ones to their deaths, but didn't get a full glimpse into Ichigo's current ability. He was only sure that he had multiple seals on him. Maybe I'll send some of the rejects to test his allies, and maybe a certain cat for him as well. He pondered, already thinking of sending one of his most loyal and a brash thug giant. Karakura town, Sternritter house. Basby and his two female colleagues made their way to an out-of-the-way house, not too close or far from their targets, and began to set up for the long run. They had access to a great deal of wealth thanks to noble roots and various actions some of the more expendable Quincy were taking to fund the Dark Empire, so money wouldn't be an issue. Next, they had to enroll in the school and try to keep their Quincy heritage a secret. A plan they are sure will ultimately fail the moment they encounter Ichigo and Yuryu. His Majesty warned them that Ichigo is a war potential for good reason and has caught the attention of the only man he ever feared. So, we're going to be attending his school soon. Right? Asked Bambietta, wearing a similar outfit to her uniform but more casual like her fellow Sternritters, switching the cap for a black beret and the cloak for a denim jacket. Does that mean we have to wear those uniforms? I hope not. Candace vehemently rejected, wearing a green tube top and denim short shorts. I have legs the world needs to see. I don't do lunges for nothing. Yeah, Basby said while looking at her well-endowed chest, it's your legs the world wants to see. He wore red and black punk attire. Can we just focus on our mission instead of your looks? Can't we use our SEC appeal to entice them? They asked simultaneously. When is it ever that easy? He responded, rubbing his brow in frustration. Our mission is to bring them to our side, already difficult because of their misguided anger to His Majesty, and BG9 has already made it harder because of his attack. We have to be careful in our approach. He told them, actually focusing on his mission. Unfortunately, I understand their anger all too well. He thought, remembering how Yawatch destroyed his home long ago. How will this play out in the end? He wondered, thinking back to the display of camaraderie the two Quincy had with the Soul Reapers. Maybe there's another way. Flashback, Valley of Screams. He was cold, feeling himself slowly dying. Felt his lifeblood seep from his body as his insides were turned to paste. He couldn't even muster up the smallest command over the blanks to heal his wounds. He couldn't die here, he refused to die here, not until he got his payback on the little BSTRD that kept blowing off his arms. With sheer determination, Jai attempted to raise himself to return to the battle. Unfortunately, that was not meant to be for him. Well. He heard a smooth dark voice say. Ichigo did a number on this guy. A little frightening to see how much stronger he really is when he's not holding back. Another voice said, almost disarming in its calm tone. But that makes this job almost too easy. He said as Jai saw the vague figures of two people standing over him. Who the hell are you? Jai asked, coughing up blood from his broken insides, feeling more of his life fade. We're the new Black Op interrogators for Soul Society. The larger figure said. And you're going to give us everything you know about what we want. Jai let out a bloodied cackle. I'll never tell you anything. He defied. I'm already dead. Oh, your compliance isn't an issue. The thinner figure said as he raised his blade and stabbed through Jai's chest. Flashback end, Soul Society. From what I saw, Aizen met up with them and persuaded them that now was the time to act. Tsukishima told Yamamoto, delivering his report to the ancient captain. The Dark Ones were all too willing to take the chance, hearing that the Godei 13 was severely weakened and the Shinenju was going to appear. They never suspected that the information was outdated. Yamamoto stroked his beard in thought. Aizen seems to be either testing our current strength, or just biding time until his forces are ready. He said as he rose from his desk, sensing Ichigo's arrival. Continue to train yourself in stealth and speed. We don't know when and if Aizen will launch another attack. He got out a traditional calligraphy set as the Foolbringers left the old leader, just as Ichigo came in. Sensei. Ichigo bowed respectfully of his head teacher. That punch was still sloppy, Ichigo. He interrupted, handing his student the set. The second one was just barely better, but I saw the damage you did to yourself. Your control is still wild and your enemies will take advantage of that. Yes, sensei. Ichigo conceded, taking the sumi, ink stick, and grinding it on the suzuri, ink stone, after pouring water on the grinding surface, creating the ink for the focus exercise his master wanted. I hope this experience was enlightening for you, Ichigo. He said, watching as his student slowly engrossed himself on the slow process of grinding the ink for his calligraphy. One must put the greater good above their morals. You managed to win out because you were stronger than all of your opponents this time. But if a few must be lost to save a majority, that act must be taken. A moment of hesitation can spell disaster that could cause irreparable damage. He told his student as he continued grinding the ink. Now, when you are ready, write the kanji for your blade's name. Yama instructed as he began to brew tea for himself and his student. Squad 12 Research Labs, restricted level. Urahara lowered himself in the hidden elevator, going down into the private area of the Research and Development Labs, where only few minds were privy to the personal experiments that only the heads of the labs were conducting on their own. He came to a room illuminated by the glow of monitors and various glowing fluids of ongoing experiments. It used to be that only one person was allowed in here, the president of the R&D department that led Squad. Now, Urahara was here with only one other person. How is she coming along, Mayuri? He asked, walking up to a large glowing blue tube that held the NDE blank form of a developing soul body in liquefied ratio. Normal physical jigai were child's play for the two, this was near complete resurrection they were attempting. The process should be no different from my creation of Nimue. Mayuri stated from a different area of the room, dissecting and tinkering with the robotic body that Soifan and her team recovered earlier that day. Then, I was working from scratch. Now, we have a blueprint in mind. Just dispense the girl's memories and soul into the slot. He instructed, further disarming the broken android. Urahara took Senna's jiken and placed it into the sphere recess that receded into the machine, changing the color to amber as the ball dissolved and mixed with the liquefied energy. You know something odd, Mayuri? The eccentric man asked his subordinate. When we looked up Mirokumaru, it said that it could only utilize electricity. She manipulated wind and air currents. Is there something we're missing? One thing at a time, Kisuke. Mayuri responded, the clunk of heavy machinery sounding the end of his disassembling of the robotic Quincy. Now let's see what makes this tick. Yeah, the shop owner thought as he looked to a small jar that once held a previous experiment, one thing at a time. Central Underground Prison, Muken. Ichigo finished his calligraphy exercise, drawing out the kanji for his blade in calm focus strokes. Yamamoto said nothing as he examined Ichigo's final result before sending him back into the lowest level of the underground prison, where Yachiru waited for him. Fear and nervousness crept along his nerves as he remembered her brutal lessons and how he was left in a pool of his own blood in the end, but now he moved in spite of that trauma. The elevator opened to reveal the lone figure of Yachiru Unohana that awaited him. Barely a week since we were last here, she said, her cold voice echoing in the endless dark abyss. Ichigo strode out to meet his challenge. Are you a warrior? Or still a child? She asked as Ichigo stood across from her. Just as he was about to answer, she immediately made to cut his throat, only to be stopped by his blade as he blocked her. She looked into his eyes, seeing a familiar resolve reflected in them once again. She smiled in twisted delight before jumping back. Good. Now let us begin. Soul Society, 2 days later. Unohana released Ichigo, feeling confident in his progress as a swordsman, back into the careful tutelage of Genryusai. Ichigo was going over the katas of the advanced Hakuta that spawned the punches Yamamoto drilled into the boy's head, repeating moves thousands of times until his motions became flawless. Ichigo further displayed his potential to the aged captain as he changed over the past few days, becoming more focused and confident in his actions and performance, showing his potential as Yamamoto's eventual successor. Or rather, Kairaku's. He thought grimly, looking at the old painting of the ancient monster that he was in the early days. He moved to lighter thoughts as he continued the mountain of paperwork that existed on his desk, coming across one that filled him with mild dread and great annoyance. Only they could take a happy occasion and make it seem terrible. He ummed, seeing the final registration forms for the wedding between Unohana and Zaraki. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Team Up of Vengeance. Ichigo made his way through the halls of the second division looking for a certain someone. You know, I'd prefer if there was an appointment made to meet Lieutenant Kurosaki. Soifon said, suddenly appearing behind Ichigo, making him jump slightly. What do you want? Well, remember when I first brought back the previous captains and Urahara said a few choice words that made you kick him in the face? Ichigo asked, making the petite captain raise an eyebrow before gesturing for him to continue. Wanna help me get a few years' worth of payback? He asked with a mischievous smile, making the hornet's eyes widen before gaining a similar smirk. We are going to get along splendidly, she said, already thinking about the coming storm. SWA changing of the guard. Now that things have settled down, I call this meeting of the Shinigami Women's Association. Nanao said to the assembled notable females of the Soul Society, including Orihime and Tatsuki. First on the agenda is the welcoming of new members, First Lieutenant of Squad 9, Mashiro, and 5th and 6th seats of Squad 15, Tatsuki Arisawa and Orihime Inoue. She announced, causing a small round of applause from the assembled women. Next, with the retirement of Club President, Lieutenant Kusajishi, the title of President falls to the Vice President. She said with a smirk on her face. Me. I now lead the Shinigami Women's Association. Now we can finally make some actual headway in this club. Unohana then decided to rain on the poor girls' parade. Then good luck with the severely slashed budget we just got, she said with a smile, making Nanao freeze and lose all color. What are you talking about, Captain? She stuttered, as every other member turned to the serene captain with shock. The abuse of funds and budget coupled with the lack of action from the SWA during Little Yachiro's run as president has shown a lack of competency among the group, and repeated disregard of private property threatens to eliminate funding entirely, seeing as you've constantly invaded the Kachiki estate without the head of the family's permission to use his home as a meeting ground for the association. That and your gross abuse as head of the budgetary committee, was brought to Yamamoto's attention that the contributions the club has made are disproportionate to the usual budget, most of which is being allocated to the men's association in response. Also, you've been fired from the position of head of the budgetary committee, Unohana said with a smile as every other member could only look on in shock. How did this happen? Nanao cried, seeing her chance practically crumble around her. Because of the actions of the new financial officer of the Shinigami Men's Association, 3rd seat Yuryu Ishida. She answered as everyone gawked at the idea that someone competent was leading the men now. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a wedding to prepare for. Union of War Gods. Living World, Soken's Grave. Yuryu and Ichigo made their way to the final resting place of their teacher and grandfather. It's been half a month since they finally went to Soul Society, half a month since Aizen's treachery was revealed, half a month since Yuryu found his grandfather's killer, half a month since Soken's dream and the dream of many Quincy in his time was finally realized. The third seat of the Living World squad was a Quincy, recognized as a valuable ally to the Shinigami. After centuries of bitterness and struggle between the two sides, the dream was finally realized. The dream that the last elder Quincy would never get to see. He was gone, killed in soul by Mayuri Kuratsuchi, drained by Yawatch, and lost forever. This grave was nothing but a reminder of the man he was. A kind, loving grandfather and teacher to the two Quincy to change so much. Buried with him was his Quincy cross and shroud. "Hello, grandfather," Yuryu said, kneeling down before the grave and giving a prayer. "Sorry it took so long to get back here, things took a while to settle down." Yuryu slowly recounted the tales of the duo's ventures and accomplishments, some filled with laughter, others filled with tears. "I found the one responsible for your death," he said on a somber note. "I almost threw away everything I had, simply to kill him. But I didn't give in to my hate. You wouldn't have wanted to see that," he said, feeling tears well up in his eyes. Ichigo placed a comforting hand on his cousin's shoulder. Yuryu took a breath to steady himself and continue. "Now, I'm a member of the court guard squads, serving in the living world. We finally realized the dream, grandfather," he said, letting the tears come out. "You should be here to see it." Ichigo wrapped a comforting arm around the crying Quincy, sharing the pain in missing their long-lost teacher and grandfather. Dawn became noon as the two paid their respects to the fallen elder. "Come on, Yuryu," Ichigo said, pulling himself up. "We can't relax yet," he said grimly, not looking forward to the disaster coming ever closer. "You're still not done with your project." Yuryu joined him with a look of determination, as if heading into battle. "You're right," he said, steeling himself for the coming storm. "I still have to apply the finishing touches to Captain Unohana's wedding kimono." He tensed his arms in preparation. "Which wouldn't be a problem if you didn't literally start from scratch," Ichigo said, opening up a garganta for the two. "How did you even make that much progress in just half a week?" he asked, only to hear Yuryu's cocky chuckle. "How, you ask?" he said with a smirk. "With careful use of Reizo Tengai and pure speed and skill," he yelled triumphantly while Ichigo stared at Yuryu. "Mayuri gave you a drag, didn't he?" Ichigo asked bluntly. It was hard to say no. Yuryu responded, not even changing his demeanor. "How could you not say no?" the hybrid asked as Yuryu blushed. "Forget it, just indulge in your hobby. It relaxes me." "Okay." The Quincy defended as they made their way for Soul Society, already preparing for the special day of the first and the latest Kenpachi's union in equal parts cheer and dread. "I'd do my own relaxing, but I've had no time to spend with Orihime or Tatsuki," Ichigo grumbled. "And Ranjaku would only make it worse." Yuryu was confused for a second before catching on. "And to think you were a prude," he said, prompting Ichigo to punch him really hard. Squad 11 Barracks. Ichigo will be standing at the ready with the ring, we'll say our vows, Tessai will announce us as wed, then we'll kiss to make it official. Unohana explained to her betrothed, for the 100th time because he never paid attention. "And no, you are not to fight Ichigo at any point until at least a month after our marriage," she scolded as the berserker finally tore his vision away from his bald lieutenant helping to train his squad. "Yes, it's been a while, but we want Soul Society in one piece for our wedding." "A wedding you proposed, Saraki?" "Yeah, I understand," he mumbled. "Not exactly happy, but I understand. Speaking of marriage, am I taking your name or the other way around?" She opened her mouth to answer when the barack doors suddenly slammed open. "Took you long enough. You ready?" he asked as all eyes turned to the only Kido user in the squad. I apologize that I've kept you waiting, sir. Yumachika said smoothly as he made his way through the assembled members of his squad. He moved with a grace that was associated with him as he kept his pride in moving beautifully. And Captain Unohana, glad to see you here as well. He got in front of the two most notable swordsmen in Soul Society as he knelt before them. I'm ready to take my place as your third seat captain, he said with confidence. Kenpachi merely grunted. I remember saying that you had to earn that place, Yumachika, he said, standing up and towering above everyone in the room. Listen up. Third seat is officially up for grabs. Anyone wants it, head outside and fight Yumachika, he announced, making a good number of his squad cheer, some saying that Kido is for the weak. Yumachika didn't deserve it for lying about his skills. Those familiar with Yumachika's skill wisely sat out while Ikiku went out to watch his friend's real skill, followed by both Kenpachis. Thus, Yumachika stood in the courtyard of his squad's barracks to face his opponents for third seat. I'm not sure about the captain's claim about you being one of his best, a nameless challenger boasted. It's the squad's creed that we're melee fighters. We face our opponents head-on and strive to our physical limits. We ain't gonna acknowledge a Kido specialist until he earns it. Right? The man shouted. Yumachika raised an eyebrow before pointing behind his challenger. The lone warrior saw the rest of the squad cheering for Yumachika to take back his spot. Kenpachi looked annoyed while Unohana merely found it amusing. I'm not sure whether to be said or not, Zaraki said as the lone nameless idiot in his squad slowly tried to back out of the ring. Begin, he shouted, prompting Yumachika to appear next to the poor schmuck and backhand punch him into a wall. Are you as disappointed as I am? He asked his wife to be. I find it rather touching. Unohana giggled. Your squad is much closer than when I led the 11th. She said before a thought occurred to her. That reminds me. I never taught these brutes manners now, did I? A dark, cold atmosphere covered the area as Yachiru showed her face. You think you're forgiven for the treatment you gave my medics? The people you trust your lives to, I might add. With the exception of Kenpachi, Ikiku, and Yumachika, the entire squad faced the wrath of the first Kenpachi. Wow! Ikiku muttered as he watched the motherly captain break and mend bones in an instant. Beautifully frightening. Yumachika whimpered. DMN it, that's hot. Kenpachi grinned, watching his predecessor work. His loyal second and third backed away slowly. Squad 1 Training Grounds. Ichigo continued his training under Yamamoto's tutelage, waiting for the wedding and in preparation of the next conflict to come. He couldn't describe it beyond instinct, but he felt Aizen would be making his move soon. Yamamoto had Ichigo practice sword swings, determined to bring him to his full potential, while filling out some final bits of paperwork. Mainly allowing for the rest of the civilians in Siriidii to finish evacuating because they all feared what was to come for the honeymoon between the Kenpachis. Currently, Ichigo had bracelet weights attached to his wrists while his swings created noticeable air ripples on the ground. This was interrupted by the arrival of the youngest of the current captains. Captain Hitsugaya. Yamamoto greeted as the white-haired youth made his way to the commander and his student. Any visit is always welcomed, but what brings you here? He asked, recognizing the focused look in the youth's eyes. He was here for a fight. Hello, head captain. Toshiro bowed respectfully to the leader of Soul Society. I'm actually here to request a sparring match with Lieutenant Kurosaki. This caught the hybrid by surprise as he lost his grip on the practice blade he was using, which went flying off to wherever. Can I ask why? Ichigo questioned, taking the weights off and setting them carefully on the ground. This is kind of out of nowhere. The ice captain closed his eyes and reflected on his thoughts. When Aizen betrayed Soul Society, he singled you out, Kurosaki. Toshiro started, remembering the bleak day when his world was torn. He considers you to be the biggest threat against him. I wish to test myself against that. He said, keeping that cold resolve in his eyes. Ichigo, on the other hand, was ambivalent. He heard good things from his father about Toshiro, mainly about being a calm and focused leader and considered a child prodigy by most of his peers with the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, but made it clear that he and Ichigo were in separate classes. Very well. I'll allow it. Yamamoto said, making the youths turn toward him. The more varied your opponents, the more experience you'll gain and adapt. Ichigo, and Hitsugaya could use the motivation. The two of you represent a new generation of Soul Society and it would be good for you two to fight. Ichigo nodded to his teacher while Toshiro bowed in respect. Thank you, sir. He turned back to Ichigo. I look forward to this. He said as the two went to opposite ends of the training grounds. Toshiro unsheathed his blade, a katana longer than he was tall with a four-pointed star, while Ichigo just stood there. Genryusai started the match, surprising Toshiro because he thought the hybrid wasn't ready. That moment of hesitation was short as he charged at Ichigo with the intent to slash him from overhead. An attack that was stopped cold when Ichigo caught the blade with his bare hand, his he-arrow protecting his body from injury. What the dash? He thought as Ichigo lifted him into the air and punched him in the gut, sending him flying back to the opposite side with a crash. This is what separated the two youths. Toshiro was considered a prodigy but has halted much of his training due to the managerial requirements of being a captain with near-endless paperwork. Ichigo was training to fight one of the few beings to rival the head captain. Toshiro was considered gifted and let himself slow down. Ichigo refused to stop at gifted. If you wanted to spar with me, then go at it seriously. Ichigo said as he stepped in front of the ice wielder, trying to slam his fist down again. Hitsugaya dodged to the side and tried to swipe at Ichigo's side, only for him to pull himself to the side with the hand he embedded into the ground. He threw his foot out at Toshiro, who jumped back and called out to his Zanpakuto. Reign over the frosted heavens, Hyrinmaru. He yelled out, creating a length of chain from his hilt, ending in a crescent-shaped blade, and bringing out a Chinese dragon made of ice. He sent down a number of ever-changing ice dragons, remembering how their last bout went. Ichigo's response was to create a single katana blade and swing a Getsuga Tensho blast, destroying each of the dragons as he shot himself towards the young captain. The moment he was in front of the ice wielder, he swung his blade down and sent Toshiro to the earth like a cannon shot. Bankai. Daiguren Hyrinmaru. He yelled out, letting the ice cloak his form and granting him wings and a tail while ice covered his limbs in icy claws. 3 sets of 4 purple ice petals floating behind him. Well, that escalated. Ichigo said as Toshiro's Ryatsu strengthened. Zangetsu. He said, changing the blade in his hands but began to compress his power around himself. His katana grew in length and turned as black as night. Closest thing I have to a Bankai myself. He flashed in front of Toshiro again and slammed their blades against each other, with the young captain visibly struggling. They continued the exchange of blades, sparks and bits of ice flying as their blades collide in a flash of movement. Nothing escaped Genryusai's gaze as he carefully watched the two fight. Ichigo's continued growth is impressive. He thought as his student destroyed another ice dragon. The other seal on his body continues to weaken him until he can fully master his Ryatsu, which can only happen when we find his peak. He's almost half my prime by now. His focus shifted to Hitsugaya as his petals faded. And you, Captain Hitsugaya, hopefully this makes you aware. You cannot rely on your Bankai to win every fight. You must return to the basics, improve your Kido and swordsmanship. Toshiro used his chance to get Ichigo caught in a pincer attack between more dragons, 5 in front and 1 behind. Ichigo summoned up his spirit bow and fired 5 massive bolts to destroy the attack in front, and threw a perfect Ikatsu at the one behind him, shattering the entire beast. It was then that several giant ice pillars surrounded him. It takes a while to do this. Hitsugaya explained as another petal faded, leaving him with 1. I made sure to distract you with my dragons and used their ice to mold this technique. This fight is mine. He twisted his sword, making them all shoot toward Ichigo. The hybrid watched as the ice came at him, while his pinky finger turned black and began to crack. The ice encased him just as he called out the spell. Hado number 96, Ito Queso. He whispered, creating a form of a katana out of concentrated crimson flame. Instantly turning the ice to steam and create a heated shockwave that shook a good portion of Siriidii. Hitsugaya stared in shock as Ichigo shunpoed in front of him and took a fierce punch to his gut, dispelling his bankai and knocking him out. And that's my win, he said as he brought the two of them down, his finger regenerating from using that spell. Sorry about the mess, sensei, he told Yamamoto as he dropped off the young captain. It's no matter, Ichigo. This should show the boy that he cannot rely on his bankai for everything, he said, looking down at the young captain. He earned his position, but still such a child. That shall be rectified. Ichigo bowed and took his leave, needing to get ready for Zaraki's wedding. On his way he found his lost practice sword, with several Shinigami struggling to move it from the crater it was in. Sorry, he said as he went over to the blade and lifted it effortlessly, lost my grip on that. Anyone hurt? He asked as the assorted Soul Reapers slowly shook their heads. Good, he said with a smile as he walked off, preparing for the wedding of the match made in hell. Kenpachi's wedding reception. Chaos. That was the word used to describe what happened. For the most part everything went fine in the ceremony, everyone was in place, Kenpachi's squad was behaving, his kimono was still in one piece, nothing was on fire. Yamamoto walked Unohana down the aisle along with some of her older colleagues, Tessai lead the ceremony, the two Kenpachis exchanged sake and rings and were officially wed, Zaraki taking his wife's name since he never had one. Unohana threw the bouquet which was caught by Rukia. Though by the smirk on a certain cat that was intentional, since Ichigo's and her wedding was next. All in all, a civil affair. Then everyone started drinking. Ranjaku, somehow, talked Tatsuki and Rukia into drinking with her. Kairaku accidentally switched his non-alcoholic beverages he brought with the alcoholic ones and Chad learned he has a low tolerance. Mimu was last seen dragging an unconscious Yuryu away. Isshin was sharing a few drinks with his side of the family who were in talks with the Kachiki elders. Yumichika was roped into stylizing some of the SWA's hair while Ichigo was nursing a black eye from a fistfight with most of the 11th that was for fun. At some point, no one is sure how, the bathroom caught fire. Orihime got the short straw and had to stay in the living world while the other leading members of the 15th went to the wedding. She was the winner in this matter. I'm starting to question my own sanity, Kenpachi Zaraki Unohana said to his new wife. Because I should never be one of the more sane and well-behaved people at a party. Retsu let out a giggle as Hisagi made a poor drunk choice of words that earned him a punch to the face. Ichigo never got that memo about jokes regarding Matsumoto's melons. Just wait till later, dear, she said, letting her Yachiru side come out. We'll have our fun then. Zaraki grinned in anticipation while Ichigo's ladies dogpiled on him. He cries for help went ignored. World of the living. Everything seems alright, just making final repairs after the blanks incident. Hiyori told Orihime over her soul tracker. Didn't think interference like that would crash practically all our systems. It was the middle of the night and Orihime joined the squads on patrol. Division 15 was the de facto front lines for Soul Society with empowered humans at the forefront. Vigilance was key for the squad. So it meant a lot to Orihime that her friends trusted her to keep everything safe and ready for their return. Lisa and Hiyori were busy dealing with the remaining problems from the time with the blanks, so visuals and sense were their best bet for now. Hiyori didn't want to reactivate anything unless she was sure nothing would explode. Right, you focus on that and I'll call it a night after one last sweep. Orihime responded, planning a route that would end at her home. Stay safe, kid. Hiyori said as she hung up on the barrier maiden. She started walking, just as she felt a disturbance right behind her. She turned to see a large humanoid hollow, with a dual-layered cowl ending in a point on its head, a long whip-like tongue, and a hovering top where its legs should be. Its Ryatsu was obviously greater than most hollows. That's a Minos. She whispered as it attacked her with its tongue. She jumped out of the way and immediately attacked. Koten Zanshuan. She yelled out, sending her primary attack at the hollow, nearly bisecting it at attacking the edge of the hollow's hole. Then the upper half suddenly disappeared while the lower half was revealed to be a separate body and began to charge at her. Santen Keshin. She summoned her shield, stopping the misshaped hollow, and leaving her exposed from the other half's attack. The monster's tongue came at her, only to stop an inch from her face as the creature froze, a paper charm stuck to its face. What am I going to do with you? She heard a familiar voice speak out as the other hollow disappeared for the moment. Always getting into trouble. But I guess this time's my fault. She turned to see her older brother, looking slightly annoyed. I should have started training you when you manifested your Shun Shun Rika. But that can wait till later, after I deal with these hollows. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. The SMA recruits new members, set after Ichigo fought the Foolbringers. The Shinigami Men's Association, where the manliest of men gather together to indulge in the manly lifestyle. Seeking the perfect path of macho, a search that could be going better. Tetsuzeman looked over his fellow associates, Lieutenants Kira, Hisagi, and Omida, Captain Yukitake, Akon from Squad 12, and the 3rd and 8th seat of Squad 4, Ayamura and Ajido. Usually, their group was always at odds with the Women's Association, but today was the mark of a brand new era for them. They were getting 3 new members from the hot new Squad 15. My fellow men. IBA spoke out, loud and proud in the open jacket, sunglasses attire of the SMA. Today, we greet new brothers to the Men's Association. Introducing, Captain Isshin, Lieutenant Ichigo, and 3rd Seat Yuryu. He called out as the rugged Kurosaki patriarch came in, dragging the unconscious bodies of Ichigo and Yuryu. Nice to make your acquaintance. Isshin said, flashing a confident smile. What's wrong with those two? Yukitake asked, almost worried. I had to get them really drunk before they would actually join. Isshin answered, just as the two began to stir. I said this would be good for them, but they were stubborn. Yuryu. Ichigo growled, his hollow healing fighting hard to fix the worst of his hangover. I already know where to hide his body. Yuryu responded. The enemy moves. The living world. Orihime stared at her brother in shock. He just revealed that he knew about the other life she lived and that he could train her. She looked up at the tag on the frozen hollow's face, reading the kanji for, bind, on its surface. She was so lost in her surprise that her shield faded, but the hollows had a new target in her brother. Just as soon as the bottom half of that hollow duo left her, it tried to attack Sora. The formerly normal human just smirked as a large white serpent with small horns appeared and sprayed acid on the hollow. As the top-shaped empty soul reeled in pain, the serpent shot forth and devoured the corrupted soul, swallowing it with ease. Thank you, Hibi-chan. Sora said as he walked toward his little sister. Come on out, you lot. He called out as the Shun Shun Rika manifested themselves, each giving a small bow to the suited man. Hey, enough of that. I may have contracted you, but you're my sisters now. Has she been taking care of you? Shuno came forth and answered for the group. She still has some confidence issues in regards to combat, but she's treated us well. The sprite said with a smile. Sora nodded approvingly as the 6 fairies floated around their master and wielder. Sora, what is going on? Orihime demanded, tossing the cute timid part aside for the moment to get answers. How do you know about hollows and my powers? And what do you mean you contracted the Shun Shun Rika? Sora smiled gently as he pulled out more paper tags, these saying purification, and threw them at the larger, frozen hollow. You know about the hollows, the Shinigami, and the Quincy obviously. He started, getting closer to his sister while his white serpent shrunk down and wrapped around him. Well, hollows are a danger, you need to be of a specific bloodline to be a Quincy, and Soul Reapers back in the day were not the most reliable group. This allowed a rise of a group of specially trained humans to fight off the hollows, which were far more passively destructive back then compared to now. He snapped his fingers, making the purification tags erupt into white fire and consume the hollow. The exorcists, more spiritually powered humans that fought off the corrupted spirits. Monks, priests, shrine maidens, and the onmyoji. Each used a specialized method of spells, tools, or contracted spirits. He took off the remaining parts of her hairpins to show a small, almost unnoticeable pattern that was the contract with the Shun Shun Rika. The people that could become full-fledged exorcists were few and far between, and when Soul Reapers started to get better at their jobs, our occupation sort of faded except for a scarce few. Auntie is one of those few, and she trained me after I got us away from our parents. The Shun Shun Rika were meant to protect you until it was time to train you in the ways of the exorcist. So why did you take so long? Orihime asked, almost glaring at her brother as she studied him. He simply smiled and gave her an uncharacteristic noogie. Because, my darling little sister, I'm the only one in this house that does any actual work to support us and let you go to school. He said in a strained, cheery tone while Orihime was going, ow, repeatedly. School and living expenses aren't cheap and I do a lot of hard work. You have your friends to protect you and I can only have so much time off. He let go of her, letting her cradle her steaming head and give teary puppy eyes to her brother. I can give you the scrolls and books to start you on your training, but you must promise to read them thoroughly and be extremely careful in your training. Understand? He asked, earning a few nods from his little sister. Good. Now let's go home. I'm starving. Karakura High School. And that's what happened. Orihime said, filling in the rest of her friends and teammates on what occurred while they were off celebrating. You guys sounded like you had so much fun, Lucky. She said, pouting that she had to work while they didn't, completely ignoring the shocked looks on their faces. Tatsuki was the first to bring herself out of the stunned stupor. Orihime, this is amazing. She cheered happily for her friend. If what you said is true, you could become so much stronger. Orihime giggled sheepishly while giving a cutesy smile. Just happy to help guys. She said with a wink, somehow manifesting a small star. Unfortunately, the cheer was short-lived as they all felt 3 strong Ryatsus coming. All of which felt familiar to the 2 Quincy in the group. Kigo and the other normal classmates came over with a tense atmosphere. Hey, good or bad? Ms. Wiro asked, referring to what they were all feeling. We got 3 new transfer students coming in. Kigo informed them, uncharacteristically serious for the moment. They seem like foreigners and had this really bad vibe around them. Aside from that Ryatsu we felt. To put in perspective, Chizuru chimed in, 2 of them are total babes and I couldn't even think about FNDLNG them. That's what prompted everyone to look at her with shock. Yeah, I was that scared. She said just as their teacher came in. Alright class, we have 3 transfer coming in so try to make them feel welcomed. She said as the 3 new kids came in, instantly catching everyone's attention. The first was a pretty lean-built guy with metal nuts and bolt piercings in his ears, an unkempt school uniform, and bald aside from a long red mohawk. He had a feeling about him that screamed, delinquent, so much that people started re-evaluating Ichigo's thug status. The other 2 were girls, the brown-haired one was neater and wore a beret while the one with green hair had a few top buttons undone. Both seemed like bad news, so much so that Kigo didn't even try to glomp either of them. Introduce yourselves and find a seat. Oki said as she stood to the side. My name is Bazard Black, people call me Bazby. The Mohawk told the class, glaring at a certain hybrid in particular. Don't get in my way and don't PSS me off. Ichigo returned the glare, already knowing this was going to be trouble. My name is Bambietta Basterbine. Beret girl said. And boys, don't bother. I'm not interested in boyfriends or friends at all. She finished, prompting the last girl forward. Name's Candace Catnip, and just don't mess up my look. She told them, seeming like the easiest to get along with in a group no one wanted to associate with. Yuryu and Ichigo shared a glance before sending looks to the rest of their friends. A simple message saying, "They're going to be trouble." Karakura school entrance. The day went by relatively peacefully, aside from the tense atmosphere the transfers created. There was another hollow attack but nothing Squad 15's grunts couldn't handle, something that concerned the seated members. Were these lesser hollow scouts or was something big coming? The arrival of the three Quincy just made matters worse. They kept a relative distance but they clearly had their eyes on Ichigo and Yuryu. They informed Isshin about the situation and he advised they have minimized contact with them. Something that came to a head when school let out and Basby was waiting at the entrance. "Hey! Ichigo Kurosaki!" The Vandenrake elite called out to the lieutenant. "Word around the school is that you're the toughest in the school." "Not surprising." Ichigo responded, not even intimidated by the enemy Quincy. "A bunch of idiots come to fight me often." He kept walking, getting closer and closer to Basby, hoping to avoid a fight to see what his dad was planning about this situation. "Prove it." The thug Quincy said, walking up to meet him. "Fight me." The atmosphere grew noticeably tense as the two glared at each other, Basby trying to goad Ichigo and Ichigo glaring at him like an insect. "Unless you're scared, Strawberry." He taunted as Ichigo kept walking and went past him. "Not interested, Rooster." Ichigo returned as he and his friends passed by. Basby clenched in anger as the hybrid ignored him, so he decided to give him no choice. "Wasn't asking," he said, just before he threw a punch at the hybrid. Anyone with enough spiritual awareness could see the erasure in the Quincy's arm as he struck at Ichigo. "And you're gonna regret that." He growled as his fist connected, a fist that was caught by Ichigo's hand. Ichigo matched the blood artery with his blood vene. "Am I?" Ichigo asked before tossing his bag to Yuryu, who caught it effortlessly. "Go on ahead, I'll catch up." They all nodded and continued on, heading for the Shoten to report to Captain Isshin and get their patrol schedule for the day. "And you know, Quincy, for a recruitment officer you really know how to make the wrong choices." The hybrid growled at the surprised Rooster head, who received a harsh punch to the face that knocked him back a few steps. After a second passed, the duo settled into a comfortable combat stance. "Now this is more like it," Basby said with a smirk as he charged at the hybrid again. Using the barest amount of his blood skills to enhance his physical abilities and not seem completely inhuman. He threw another punch at the hybrid, who blocked and threw another of his own. The brawl continued on for another hour, Basby managing to get Ichigo a couple of times but he was in much worse condition than the hybrid. Ichigo practically danced around the Quincy's attacks, delivered punches and kicks in precise areas that kept weakening the elite. As it went on, it was clear who the victor was going to be. "You wanna call it quits yet?" Ichigo asked, wiping some blood from the corner of his mouth. A result from a punch the Mohawk man made. "This has gotten boring and I have somewhere to be." Basby growled fiercely, ignoring the burning ache of his many bruises and cuts. "Shut the hell up!" he yelled, charging at Ichigo again, unconsciously channeling his heat. "I don't get it. How is he beating me?" he thought in frustration as Ichigo shifted the punch away and striking the elite in the gut. "I'm one of the top soldiers in this army. I'm stronger than this runt. That's why I have my script," he thought as Ichigo punched him across the face. If I could just manipulate the ray dash, he froze, realizing now a vital point. He was strong, a master in racial manipulation, that was his main skill. Ichigo Kurosaki wasn't tied down by those restrictions, and he took full advantage of that. He was faster, stronger, and more skilled. Screw it, he thought, refusing to go down without landing a major hit of his own. He poured his power into a blood artery punch, aimed right at Ichigo's face. The blow connected with a loud crack. He smirked in his victory before coughing up blood. "Nice punch." Ichigo said before pulling his fist away from the doubled-over Quincy. Mine's better. He rolled his neck around and began to walk away. Thanks for wasting my time, Rooster. He said, heading for the Shoten. Urahara's Shoten, central base of Squad 15. Ishida already informed me about the Quincy at the school. Isshin told his son while doing his never-ending mountain of paperwork. How they are likely trying to spy on you, or at least convince you to join their ranks. He put down his pen and gave his son and lieutenant his full attention. And then you went and beat the crap out of one of them. Ichigo nodded as the Kurosakis had an intense stare down. The less combat-oriented members of the squad watched their first and second in command coldly at each other. That's my boy. He yelled out in his ridiculous fatherly pride, killing the tense atmosphere as Lisa brought more stacks of paper. In all seriousness though, this is troubling Ichigo. You can't drop your guard around them, especially not the girls. Don't worry, Dad. Ichigo told his father, expelling himself from his body. There's no way I'll spill any secrets that we have now. Considering the training and abuse we've put you through, I don't expect you to break under that kind of pressure. Isshin responded. It's not Basby I'm worried about. You're stronger and smarter than that. It's the other two I'm worried about. He said, taking a serious look. Too often are there beautiful things that kill with poison. They may attempt to stuck you, Ichigo. That is why, the very background seemed to change into a crudely drawn version of itself while he pointed at his son, to make you immune to feminine wiles you must be sexually satisfied. What? Ichigo screamed in his head, leading to the two Zangetsus to argue over the merits of the idea. Everyone else just seemed to sigh tiredly at their captain's antics. They must think you're a helpless, easily tempted version, so they'll try to stuck you. So you must be the seducer. Isshin continued unashamedly. Captain's orders, get some nightly. In fact, hey Lisa. He called to his secretary, unaware of Ichigo's rising anger and clenched fist. Want to volunteer? Certainly, sir. The visored responded, slipping off her sailor outfit-styled Shinigami uniform. Ichigo's anger peaked and he punched his dad in the face and through a wall. The hybrid glared at the perverted Soul Reaper. Disregard those last orders. Ichigo said, using his authority as lieutenant to restore order. Captain Isshin was just spouting nonsense. Lisa seemed to look disappointed, but it was too subtle. Did he give Yuria the same orders? He asked, prompting Lisa to shake her head. No, he just assumes third seed Ishida is asexual. She answered, prompting Ichigo to sigh in annoyance. And this goofball is still a captain. He groaned, just as alarms started blaring. That can't be good. Isshin came back into the room as Hiyori burst in, looking oddly disturbed. Just got done fixing the monitoring systems. She panted out between breaths. 2 hollows in the park. One is definitely a Vastolord. She said, shocking everyone in the room. Vastolords were the strongest among hollows, enough to give captains trouble. Hiyori, who's at the park, and call them back immediately. Isshin ordered quickly. Ichigo, let's go. Tatsuki has already engaged them. She said, prompting father and son to bolt. Karakura Park, Tatsuki's team. Tatsuki was running a sweep through the park, keeping an eye out for any hollows or pluses. Lately there were fewer and fewer hollows, which had split a good portion of the division on whether or not this was a good thing. Tatsuki was being one of the more cautious members of the division and was keeping her eyes peeled for anything. She was doing her second sweep of the area when it happened. 2 monstrous Ryatsus appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the ground, cratering it with its force. Acting quickly, her unit and herself made their way to where the power was centered. A crowd was already forming around the crater, filled with curious and worried people. Orders, ma'am? One of her soldiers asked, but she practically froze. These two were out of her league, she knew that much from the Ryatsu pressing down on her. She powered through the pressure and saw this giant. He was bigger than Chad with tanned skin, ridges on his head, a large hole in his chest, and a skeletal jaw on his mouth. He had these bushy eyebrows and sideburns with a long dark ponytail, and red markings under his eyes. He wore white hakama pants and a white jacket that he left open, revealing his muscled body. Everything about him fit the description that Urahara gave them about Arankar. This was it, Aizen was making his move. So, where am I supposed to find this Kurosaki guy I'm supposed to fight? He said in a deep tone, shaking Tatsuki out of her stupor. Hey! Okuiora, you're the expert on him, right? He called down to his companion who soon came out of the crater. Get everyone out of here. Tatsuki ordered quickly and urgently. Evacuate the entire park. Normal humans, pluses, the other soul reapers, just get them out of here. As much as the big guy scared her, his smaller companion was far more terrifying. Bone-white skin, piercing green eyes, teal lines going down his face like tears, and what could only be described as a broken horned helmet resting on the left side of his head. He'll find us. The now identified Okuiora stated, deep but softly. Especially with that entrance you've made. Yami stretched his neck and surveyed the fleeing populace. Might as well have a pre-fight snack. Yami grumbled before he started to take a deep breath. When that happened, Tatsuki felt a pull on her soul as saw many others beginning to lose theirs. Thinking quickly, she shot a fireball right into his mouth which then exploded. Beach. What the hell was that? Yami roared in anger. That would be Tatsuki Arisawa. Okuiora said, looking right at the human. She's an empowered human that seems to manipulate her rapier to act as fire. She's close to our target. What do you two want with Ichigo? She demanded, settling into a fighting stance and doing her best not to collapse. Okuiora stepped forward, getting in between her and Yami. Lord Aizen wants more information on Ichigo Kurosaki and sent the two of us. He answered, sensing two stronger presences heading their way. Yami is here to fight, maybe even kill him, while I'm here to simply observe. So how sad do you think he'd be when he comes by to find this little lady dead? Yami asked with a demented sneer on his face, already planning on eating Tatsuki's soul. Very. They heard a voice say before Yami got kicked in the face, hard. The large Arankar was sent tumbling while Ichigo rose to his full height. Isshin appeared behind Tatsuki and placed a hand on her shoulder, shaking her from her frozen fear. You did good, Tatsuki. He said, gently but firm, leaving no room to argue. Now get out of here. We got this. The captain said as he prepared to face Okuiora, who was already in front of Ichigo. So, this is how strong you are now. He said, examining the hybrid with zero malice. You've really changed, Ichigo. Ah. Ichigo responded, feeling creeped out by the interest the Arankar was showing in him. When the White Hollow's words registered with him, he started to focus again. Do I know you? He began to ask until the two locked eyes with each other. Ichigo felt a memory, way back in his mind, pull itself free from the mental depths. Okuiora? Is that you? He asked, surprising everyone but Okuiora, who seemed to have the barest hint of a smile. It's good to finally meet you again. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. East versus West. An intense argument was brewing in the Kachiki Manor. A debate laced with frustration and anger between the two leading men of the Kachiki and the Shiba. Isshin sat across from Byakuya, ready to continue the argument between the two. The most important thing to decide on before continuing with anything else. Ichigo and Rukia, the two meant to marry, could do naught but sit idly by. She should wear a wedding dress. Isshin stated, using passion to fuel his side. She's marrying into my family and Masaki, and I dreamed of passing down her dress to our daughter. It should be the traditional kimono. Byakuya said, stoically as ever. It adheres to traditions and his Anna would be glad to have Rukia wear hers. The argument continued as neither side would yield. Do I even get to have a say? Rukia ummed, not liking that her dress choice was being made for her. Ichigo could only wrap his arm around his fiancée, while the two men bickered like children. Let's just ask Mom, he said, choosing the more sensible option. The new SMA. Okay, since Ichigo and I are here anyway, we might as well make the best of the situation. Yuryu informed the Shinigami Men's Association members. He was currently dressed in the same manner as the other members, open jacket hanging on his shoulders and a pair of sunglasses in the same make of his usual glasses. There were muffled cries of agony from Isshin getting beaten by his son in the other room. While Ichigo vents our collective frustration at Isshin for the next hour, what are the important things I need to know? He asked, prompting a bunch of confident smirks. Here with the Men's Association, we strive to exemplify and improve the life of the men in Seriidii. IBA announced proudly, earning an applause from the other club members. Yuryu remained unimpressed. So what have you done to do that? He asked, causing them to sweat nervously. We work to find the truest expression of manly. IBA yelled out. By doing what? Yuryu asked, getting more annoyed by the second. Next on the agenda was designing a man's phone. Yasachika informed the Quincy. How does that help the cause? Yuryu growled in frustration. A macho man must have everything be as manly as possible. IBA answered with full confidence in his cause. Plus this is the only thing we can afford to do with our current budget. Yasachika handed Yuryu the budget reports for the Men's Association, resulting in a large bulging, throbbing vein in Yuryu's head. 90,000 can. He yelled at the low price, making everyone else in the room shrink in fear. Who handles the budget? All hands slowly pointed to IBA. Do any of you do anything? Yuryu growled, making them slowly shake their heads. 5 minutes later. IBA lay in a crumpled, broken heap. Isshin was covered in bumps and bruises, the rest of the association writhed in agony aside for Yukitake, and Ichigo and Yuryu were wiping blood off their hands. Okay, changing things. Yuryu stated calmly. First order, Isshin is now our president's scapegoat, I will be handling the management side of things under the guise of the treasurer, and Ichigo is now our poster boy. All in favor? The room was filled with MMS, most out of disapproval. Motion passes. Good meeting everyone. I need to fix our budget now. Hollow friendship. Hueco Mundo, 5 years ago. Time passed seamlessly for him. Trapped in the eternal night of the endless desert of the land of hollows. It mattered very little to this oddity of his kind. Born bone white among his pitch-black companions, born with only his eyes freed from his mask while his brethren had their faces. He was alone in the world and he was content to simply lay in his home of emptiness and thorns, simply existing. Like the single solitary tree of sharp spines he called his home. He forgot how long he laid there in the nothingness, but it didn't matter. Every day was the same. Until he felt a presence show up just outside of his tree. Wanting to determine the presence with his own eyes, the Vasto Lord slowly freed himself from the sharp spines that surrounded him until he freed himself from the comfort of the empty tree. He only ever trusted what he saw since his sight was his only other sense aside from spirit sensing. He slowly freed himself from his home to find a large cobra hollow creeping on a sleeping child that radiated Ryatsu like a beacon. Interesting. The white hollow thought to himself as the serpent came closer and closer. The cobra caught sight of him and froze, looking between the helpless child and the Vasto Lord. It decided to take a chance and lunged for the boy. In an instant, the snake lost its head as the empty hollow decapitated it. He was curious about the young boy, the first interesting thing since he discovered his home, and wanted to learn more about him. The small, orange-haired child, sleeping on the desert sands without any knowledge of the danger he was in. The hollow was patient, so he sat next to the boy, watching and waiting. More hollows came, the smart ones left while the rest were killed by the Vasto Lord. Hours passed until the orange-haired child started to move. He ummed and squirmed on the desert sands as he slowly woke. The two locked eyes with each other, green gazing into brown as the hollow waited. Instead of screaming or running or attacking, the child simply sat up and spoke. Exclamation point. The boy said to the human bat hollow. He waited for a response, but got none from the being. Question mark. He asked, trying to get a reaction from the bat. He knew he should be afraid, but he felt no danger from the humanoid hollow. No anger, hunger, nothing, so the child felt no need to be afraid. He spoke to the hollow again and again, his mouth moving in different ways every time, but the hollow did not react for he could not hear. Just then, Ichigo saw the tree of sharp spines behind the bat and got an idea. He stood up and took the hollow by the hand, surprising the lone white being by the lack of fear or distrust in the boy, and pulled him closer to the tree. Once in front of it, the human broke off a needle and began to write in the sand. The symbols looked familiar to the hollow as he soon began to read the words being written in the sand. My name is Ichigo. Can you read this? The now named Ichigo offered the improvised stylus to the bat. The hollow took the tool hesitantly and tried to copy what Ichigo did. After a few attempts, they began to come naturally as he wrote a single, neatly written phrase. Yes. He looked back to Ichigo who was smiling up to him. Are you not afraid? The hollow wrote into the ground, offering the needle back to Ichigo. The boy shook his head before writing a new sentence. Why should I be? He returned the needle to the bat. I'm different. The hollow wrote. I've always been alone because of that. He returned his gaze to Ichigo who stared right back. Then the boy closed his eyes and released a heavy pulse of his Ryatsu. The hollow's eyes widened as he felt the mixed energies in that pulse. Dark and light, ordered and chaotic, hollow and full, it was a paradox of itself. He found something amazing, something opposite of himself. He found himself to be one with nothingness, never any desires or cravings. He found something that held substance, fullness, a meaningful existence. Ichigo wrote something down, something the hollow never once considered. What's your name? A simple question, one that never once crossed his mind in the centuries of his existence. He was without a name, he simply existed. Until he was asked that question and a name came to his mind. Ulquiorra Cipher. Time passed from that meeting. Ichigo worked on accessing his own hollow powers while Ulquiorra protected the hybrid in his training. Never eating, never stopping his sentinel watch of his lone companion in the world. They talked, they interacted, Ulquiorra flew them through the air while Ichigo told him about the living world. Ichigo learned to passively sustain himself on the ambient erasure in the air of Hueco Mundo, but was struggling with the one important ability he needed. He was working on creating a Garganta when Ulquiorra finally asked him. What are you trying to do, Ichigo? I'm trying to make a way home to continue my training. There's a really bad guy I'm supposed to fight when I'm strong enough. Ichigo wrote out in the sands. If he's not stopped, everything will be destroyed. Ulquiorra watched Ichigo's face, watching the continuous shift of focused determination and childish innocence. He took the needle back and wrote out a different question. Is that your purpose? The hollow asked, never leading a meaningful life and just existing. Shook his head and wrote his simple response. It's something I want to do. The young hybrid wrote. I want to protect all I can. Ulquiorra watched Ichigo as the boy smiled at him. Ulquiorra kept staring at Ichigo for a few more seconds before standing up and tearing open a Garganta. Ichigo stood up in amazement of the portal between dimensions, only to be picked up by the bat and pulled inside the portal. He then created a pathway for them to walk and gestured for Ichigo to lead. Hours of running passed until Ichigo found his way back to the world of the living. The two were on the streets as Ichigo looked around in amazement. He took Ulquiorra's hand and started to trace out the words on the hollow's hand. Ulquiorra didn't feel it but he recognized the pattern by sight. Thank you Ulquiorra. Come on. He tried to pull the Vasto Lord along, but for the first time since meeting, Okiura pulled back. No. This is where we part ways. He told his only companion. I'm a hollow. I do not belong in this world. Ichigo looked up to the bat with hurt in his eyes, but didn't let the tears flow. He needed to be strong. Will we ever see each other again? The boy asked the white being. His expression never changed once since they met. Maybe someday. He told the child Ichigo. I'd like to find my own purpose if I have one. Ichigo reached out to Okiura's face and touched him, past the broken part of his mask he never knew was there. In his shock, Ichigo pulled Okiura into a hug. The stunned hollow didn't move until Ichigo released him and said something Okiura still did not hear, but guessed the meaning. G.G.Gu.Good.Be.By, I.Chi.Go. He forced out of the part of his mouth that was exposed before fading back into Hueco Mundo. Present day. It's good to finally meet you again. Okiura said with an almost invisible smile as Ichigo slowly remembered their first encounter. You did a good job hiding your progress from me and Lord Aizen. He scanned over Ichigo again, trying to get a sense of the hybrid's power. Have you gotten control of your hollow powers? Ichigo was about to answer when Isshin spoke up. Ichigo, do you know this guy? The father demanded, wanting to know what secrets his son kept. Is he the one that kidnapped you as a kid? Ichigo shook his head, getting control over himself again. No. He's the one that protected me when I accidentally ended up in Hueco Mundo. Ichigo replied quickly. It was when my hollow powers started fluctuating the first time. I said I was merely teleported outside, I really ended up in Hueco Mundo. And he said while pointing to Okiura, is the hollow that protected me while I was vulnerable. Okiura cipher, last time I saw you you said you were looking for your purpose. I wandered for a long time until I met with Lord Aizen. Okiura responded. He made me an Arrancar, broke me free from my isolation. My path is to follow. Yami pulled himself back up and was about to charge until Okiura threatened him. Interrupt this Yami, and I will break you. The giant scoffed, but stayed where he was. So, you're my enemy. Ichigo concluded, feeling conflicted about fighting his old friend. And you're okay with this? Okiura looked at him with the same, blank, empty expression. I told you Ichigo. I'm a hollow, and you chose to be a soul reaper. This is nature. The bat said as he stepped back. Go ahead Yami. He told his companion, who smirked and charged at Ichigo. Fine then. Ichigo muttered as Yami brought his fist down creating a dust cloud as his fist connected. He was chuckling at the ease and fun of crushing his smaller opponent as the dust slowly settled, only to reveal Ichigo blocking the attack with ease, his veins pulsing with rancor. If Aizen wants to see the power that will crush his army, I'll show him. Limit 1, release. The air itself shook with the sudden increase in power, Okiura's eyes widened slightly while Yami seemed to struggle with breathing for a moment. Isshin sighed and thanked his luck that Ichigo was given free rein to release his first seal, otherwise his mountain of paperwork would keep growing. There was a series of pops as Ichigo clenched his fists, then brought his hands down, forcing open Yami's guard who took a strong uppercut to his jaw. Impressive. Okiura whispered as his companion was launched into the air. To think this is the same Ichigo. As Yami was back down, 20 feet away from where he previously stood, Ichigo flashed over to the falling Arrancar. To anyone else, Ichigo simply axe-kicked the large hollow into the ground. Isshin and Okiura saw Ichigo slam his knee into Yami's back first and then executing said axe-kick before the hollow got too high. After cratering Yami into the dirt, he turned around and headed back toward his father. That better be one of your disposable grunts Okiura. Ichigo growled, knowing that Yami was slowly pulling himself out of the earth. Speed and skill was never Yami's forte. The white bat said, his tone as empty as ever. Strength and durability, however, is. he said, just as Yami rose back up. You little bstrd. He growled in anger, his hand resting on his zanpakuto. Lord Aizen wanted me to test you, but he wouldn't mind if I killed you as well. He roared before charging a Zero Blast. Die! He roared as he fired the torrent of energy at the hybrid. Ichigo sighed as he brought his hand up and blocked the blast, the energy spraying off like water. Ichigo focused on the Zero's erasure and began to pull on it like he does with Quincy abilities. Slowly, he took control of Yami's Zero while charging one of his own. Yami and Ulquiorra watched in shock as Ichigo held the concentrated ball of twisting energies. Not even sparing a glance at his opponent, Ichigo aimed the ball skyward and released the Zero. Zero Doble. Ichigo whispered, launching the blast harmlessly. I'm not going to kill you yet, Yami. I want to embarrass you. Ichigo said, looking at the large Arrancar like he was an ant. So next time, Aizen will send someone worth my time. As soon as the shock wore off, he went black to glaring at the hybrid. Ulquiorra recognized what Yami was going to do next and acted. In rage, Yami yelled out, pulling out his sword. IRA! He called, only to notice too late that his arm was missing. He looked down to see Ulquiorra in front of him, holding the severed arm. Ulquiorra! What the he dash? He was about to ask before the bat punched a hole into the brute's stomach. It's clear you cannot beat him right now. Ulquiorra told his companion. And if I didn't stop you, you would have caused Lord Aizen more trouble. He wants Karakura town in stable condition. He said before opening a garganta. We're returning, now. He almost growled, reminding the giant which one of them called the shots. Yami hesitated out of fear of the smaller Arrancar before walking through the portal. Ulquiorra! Ichigo called out, stopping the white hollow. What's your rank? The hybrid asked, making his old companion face him. Ichigo opened his Shihakusho to reveal his Squad 1 and reforming Squad 15 seals. I was fighting at 60%, just so you know. The two continued to stare at each other before Ulquiorra responded. I am ranked 4th and Yami is 10th. He opened his white robes to reveal his number. I'll be sure to let Lord Aizen know not to send you any more trash. He said as the barrier closed, leaving the father and son duo. So how strong is Ulquiorra? Isshin asked after a PRD of silence. Do you remember? He's the strongest hollow I know. Ichigo answered his captain. A vasto lord. We need to report this. Las noches. Ulquiorra made his way to the meeting room where his master, a fellow Arrancar, had been waiting. He dismissed Yami to get patched up because he wasn't necessary for this part. He had seen everything and his eyes never lied to him. He made his way to Aizen's throne, passing his fellow Espada with little regard. Some were interested in what he had to show, others didn't care too much, but only one had his attention. The Shinigami that made them Arrancar, Lord Aizen. Well, Ulquiorra? The traitor asked his loyal subordinate. What have you to show us? The bat wordlessly took out his left eye and crushed it, letting the specialized dust of his Solita Vista touch his allies and replay his memories. So, 60% and he soundly defeated Yami. Aizen said after analyzing the memories. And you stopped him before he could use his resurrection because that would cause too much damage. Good judgment, Ulquiorra. He praised his subordinate. But instead of killing him, you ran away. A condescending deep tone echoed throughout the room. Or is it because you still think of him as a friend? Ulquiorra turned to see the cocky fool, open jacket with lean muscles and a hole in his stomach, light blue hair, and green lining under his eyes. If I was there, I would have blasted him to bits. Ulquiorra regarded the lower-ranked Espada with his ever-present stare. He's in the way, so it'd be best to kill him now, right? He called out to the rest of the Arrancar. I will not fight Ichigo Kurosaki so long as Karakura town is the arena. The fourth Espada said with finality. If we did, we would destroy the entire city. Or have you forgotten the significance of that place, Grimjow? Then we assassinate him," said the man at Grimjow's side. He had a long face with his hollow fragment resting on his head and extending to a point on the right while it covered the upper left side of his face. "A small, fast team to kill every major member of that squad. Kill this Ichigo fast before he becomes too much to handle." Some seemed to be in agreement until Aizen called for order. "While this does raise some concerns of your loyalty, it also explains why you always volunteered to spy on him," he said, gazing down on one of his best. "I leave the matter of Ichigo Kurosaki to you, Ulquiorra. Do not disappoint me," he commanded as Ulquiorra bowed his head, purposefully ignoring Grimjow's glare. "Everyone else, tread lightly. Ichigo Kurosaki is not to be taken lightly. Urahara Shoten Squad 15 base. From what we can conclude from Ulquiorra, there's at least 4 Vasto Lord Arrancar in Aizen's army," Isshin reported to the head captain and his colleagues. Until further notice, unless forced otherwise, Isshin was to attend via video conference to the captain's meetings. The appearance of the Arrancar put everything on high alert, and Squad 15 was the front lines for the Shinigami. It's very likely that each Arrancar has a special ability not unlike our own Zanpakutos, so caution is still advised, sir. Yamamoto and the more inquisitive captains pondered on these revelations. "You should have had Ichigo kill that Yami Hollow," Yamamoto grumbled. Worried about his student's judgment. "And that Ulquiorra, are you sure Ichigo will fight him?" All eyes turned to Isshin as he thought for a moment. "These Arrancars seem different from regular hollows," he finally said after a second. "But to what extent, I don't know. Aizen probably figures that no less than a Vasto Lord Arrancar will be needed to fight Ichigo, which is something that could level the city. Either way, Aizen won't plan another attack for a while. Ichigo will probably try to turn a few to our side, and he might very well succeed." Isshin then met every single gaze from the other captains. "But my son will not waver. He will do what is necessary." Yamamoto seemed to regard Isshin for another few moments before nodding. "Very well. Stay on guard for the next attack, Captain Isshin," he warned, about to call an end to the meeting before Urahara said one last piece. "And if you could, please send me some specimens." The eccentric inventor spoke excitedly. "Mayuri and I are eager to see what we can find." A small shiver went through everyone as the feed was cut. Isshin let out a relieved sigh. "One thing I didn't miss about being a captain is how tense things can get," he whined while Hiyori came back in, eating a bag of chips. "Oh boo-hoo," she said through her snack. "That cow Ranjaku told me about how you barely did that job before." Isshin looked back at her, surprised by the contact between his former lieutenant and his comms officer. "She calls twice a week to try to get a date with Ichigo. Says he's being a poor boyfriend." She shrugged as she took over her seat again. "Now leave, Baldy, we've got stuff to do," she yelled, throwing her empty bag at Isshin's face. He pouted and left, grumbling about paperwork, leaving Hiyori alone. She began typing a few things on her keyboard, accessing a file called ICO, and soon, the monitor camera activated and she began recording. Video log number 6, Hiyori Saragaki. The next day, Tatsuki and Isshin. The school day came and went with no incident. A small hollow here and there, but nothing major, nothing important. The officers of Squad 15 were all heading home for the night, except for one fireball. Tatsuki missed her captain's order to head home, her mind preoccupied with other matters. Isshin saw this and decided to step in. "Tatsuki," he said, making her jump in surprise. "It's late, you should head home. Unlike most of the squad, you guys still have school to worry about." She let her head drop and let out a sigh. Just as she was about to speak, Isshin interrupted her. "You're worried about yesterday, aren't you?" he asked, making her look at him in shock. "I'm a father of 3 and I've been around for a long time, Tatsuki. I've picked up a few things in life," he said with a fatherly smile. Go ahead and tell me. She stared at him for a while before looking down. I froze. She said, uncertain and worried. I'm supposed to be one of the leaders, one of the people that can stand by her friends, and I froze in the face of the enemy. She turned up her gaze to her captain, looking like a scared child for the first time in her life. How do you do it? She pleaded. How does Ichigo, Yuryu, or even Chad? How can you stay so calm in the face of stuff like that? She asked, tears coming to her eyes. Isshin sat down next to her and looked the martial artist straight in the eyes. Listen Tatsuki, he started in his dad voice, I'll be honest. Your only life or death experience was when that hollow swarm attacked. And even then, you were so focused on other matters that you didn't focus on it. But you've had time to calm down, and you've learned that while you're powerful for a human, you are still human. He told her, keeping her gaze locked. You've learned to charge your rapier into fire attacks and you're a capable martial artist, but there are things out there that are stronger than you. Stronger than Ichigo right now. But they've faced that kind of danger often while you've only done so one time. By all accounts, you shouldn't even be a seated officer. She looked at him with betrayal and hurt in her eyes, but he held fast. But you're still here. Because Ichigo believes in you. Orihime believes in you. Yoruchi and Soifon both think you have what it takes. Just like me. Slowly the hurt melted away from her eyes. We have the faith, you just need to have some in yourself and prove you are capable. He said before the alarms started going off. Preferably later, but sometimes the enemy are jackasses. He said as he went out the door, Tatsuki just following automatically. Once outside, they saw a tall, thin man with a long face and an odd hollow mask with a large, fat man whose face was half covered by a skull mask. Orihime. So, can you explain something? The barrier maiden was making her way home, conversing with her spirits about her powers. Why did you say you're my powers if you're my brother's contracted spirits? Was anything I did really me? She asked nervously, concerned about whether she was a help or a burden to her friends. Oddly enough, it was Tsubaki who explained things to her. Of course it was Orihime. He said in a calm tone, surprising the other sprites and their mistress. Your brother contracted us, but ordered us to be your Shikigami until you were ready to begin your training. Doing so put us in a mutual relationship where you supplied the power, we supply the action. In short, yes, you do have the power Orihime. Now it's time to get the training. Let's make that later and surviving is today. Shunno said, just as Orihime sensed something coming at her. Santen Keshin. She yelled, just as a man with a bulky helmet shaped like a hammerhead shark's head and bandages on the right side tried to stab her with his hand. The shield held him off, making him jump back and smile, showing of a disturbing row of square teeth. Looks like I'll be having some fun. He said before laughing. Chad. So, Arankar I take it? Chad asked, on his way home when he appeared. He was larger than Chad, long red hair on one side and shaved black on the other. His hollow mask looked like a pair of sunglasses resting on his nose. Yep, and I'm here to kill you. He said, smirking confidently at the Foolbringer. Sato rolled his shoulders and stretched a little. You can try. He said before flaring his Ryatsu. Yuryu. Yuryu was making his way back home himself, contemplating a letter he found in his locker. We are not your enemies. We are kin. When you're ready to speak with us, go to the FANFICTION'S. It was obviously left to him by one of the Quincy that came to his school, but what is their aim? If they wanted to recruit them, why did they attack Ichigo twice? He needed to get answers but he couldn't go in there blind. He would wait until this matter with the Arankar has settled down before informing Isshin and Ichigo. In the meantime, he'd crush this blonde, lean hybrid that got in his way. Hello brother, the Arankar said in a sarcastic tone, I'm here to kill ya. Yuryu looked over his opponent, long blonde hair, hollow mask that seemed like a broken helmet, and he already annoyed the Quincy. I'm positive that was meant to be threatening, he said while adjusting his glasses, but it only works if you're actually threatening. Ichigo. Ichigo was the only one that still patrolled the area. He was sitting on the edge of one of the higher buildings when he felt the 6 Arrancar enter the city, watched as they all went to his allies, and waited for the strongest of them to come to him. His patience was rewarded when a blue-haired lean-looking punk with a hollow mask covering the right half of his jaw. "So you're Ichigo Kurosaki?" he asked, condescendingly at the hybrid. "The one that made Okuiora run off." Ichigo sighed as he got up. "This better be worth my time." He grumbled under his breath. "And who are you?" "Name's Grimjow Jagerjax. Espada number 6. Ichigo cracked his neck as he prepared to fight. "Adorable," he said, making Grimjow glare at him. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Plans for the SMA. After the legitimate change of the Shinigami Men's Association's hierarchy, i.e. hostile takeover, Uryu got to planning some big changes for the association. First order was removing the dress code of sunglasses and open jackets. This met some resistance, which met Uryu's fist, which killed the protests rather quickly. Next order was to restore their budget. Uryu planned on doing so by investigating what the Women's Association did to get their current budget. He was less than happy when he finished his research. "Nanao." The Quincy growled in fury. "You've made yourself a terrible enemy in me." The rest of the association cowered in fear of their treasurer and real leader. "Time to fight fire with fire," he said, just as his phone rang. "Yes, Ichigo?" "It's for the club, do it." "No, I don't think they'll mind." "I don't care if you don't want to do it. We're in the red because IBA is a spineless idiot. Just do it, you wear." He roared before hanging up. The rest of the men were looking at him in confusion. "Uryu, did you just PMP out my son?" Isshin said, turning serious and burning with anger. Anger, that did not affect the Quincy. "Modeling for an advertising firm," he said, brushing off the aggression. "Chocolate-covered strawberries." Everyone just stared in confusion as he filed more reports. They decided to never speak of it again. Failed assault. Squad 15 base. "So what are looking at here, Hiyori?" Lisa asked as her old comrade came out of the monitoring room to join the rest of the squad. With the arrival of the Arrancar, Squad 15 was being sent out to assess the threat and damage control. Data gathering for preparations against the next attack. 6 Arrancar, 1 is clearly in the range of the 2 that came before and the other 5 are far weaker. The foul-mouthed wizard answered. Comparing Ryatsu puts this group as 1 Ajuchas and 5 Jillians. They exited the small shop as the grunts dispersed to do their jobs. The wizards looked up to their captain and 5th seat preparing for their battle against the invaders. "If I had to make any bets, I'd put my money on our guys," she said, fully confident in her allies. Our ladies on the other hand, lacked the same kind of strength and experience. Lisa asked, already knowing the answer. "Shall we clean the rust off our swords then, Hiyori?" The two looked at each other before smirking. "Let's see how they do before we rescue them," the tomboy suggested before turning toward Oriheim's direction. "I'll save the princess," she said before disappearing with her Shunpa, leaving Lisa to watch the fight alone. Oriheim versus Deroy. "Who are you?" Oriheim asked as she quickly shifted into her fighting stance while the Shun Rika swirled around her. Her opponent snickered madly, showing a sadistic delight in the coming fight. Or, in his mind, his brutal killing of a weak little girl. "Deroy, Arrancar number 16. He yelled out, charging at the barrier maiden with the intent of cutting her down with his hands. "No need to introduce yourself, you're going to die." Oriheim narrowly dodged the swing, caught his wrist and belt line of his hakama, and threw the Arrancar into the wall. "Koten Zanshuan," she yelled out, shooting Tsubaki at the Arrancar. The result was the small sprite hitting the Arrancar like a baseball. The impact was there, but it didn't pierce his flesh. Tsubaki returned to his master's side while the Arrancar got back up. Orihime hit it, but she was starting to get nervous. She still didn't like fighting, preferring to be the main healer, and ended up neglecting her training since she and her friends invaded Soul Society. Focus! Tsubaki yelled at her. Our powers are supplied by your will. Now get that fighting spirit. As he said that, the Arrancar was getting back up, rubbing his stomach where Tsubaki hit him. I actually felt that. He said with a grunt. How about I return the favor? He grinned as he unsheathed his blade and charged again. Shuten Koshun. Orihime called out, creating her reflective barrier. The moment his blade touched it, the kinetic force was pushed back and he got a small cut on his face. Looks like that works. Time to bring that out. Kenten Koshun. She held out her hand as the sprites realigned into a sword. She did a few swings and twirls to refamiliarize herself with the blade. Let's try this. She defended as he struck again, only to meet the same results as before. He attacks, she defends, the force is reflected back at him and he gets injured. After a while, she is exhausted while he is covered in small cuts and bloodied, but not tired. That's it. He growled, no longer smiling. I'm done playing. He removed the bandage from his right eye and revealed a charging ball of energy. Orihime braced herself, ready to change her sword to a shield when she heard a familiar yell. Don't just stand there, dumbass. She heard Hiyori yell as a sandal flew past her and slammed into Deroy's face. Then the Wizard herself appeared in front of the Arrancar, who was stumbling back for the unexpected footwear fastball, grabbed her sandal and whacked the Arrancar into the air with it. Disregarding the altar hollow for the moment, the monkey girl then turned her attention on Orihime. What the hell, princess? She yelled at the timid barrier maiden. You do realize you're in a street, right? With houses on either side that people live in, correct? She demanded, making Orihime nod like a frightened child. Then move the fight so others don't get involved. I had it handled. Orihime defended, standing up to the shorter girl. Hiyori had the nerve to look amused. No, princess, she said as Deroy reappeared with a powered Zero Blast ready, this is handling it. Hiyori quickly reappeared next to the Arrancar with her hollow mask and Zanpakuto out, decapitating Deroy in an instant. Orihime watched the cold execution in shock, feeling her stomach turn at the killing of something that looked so human. You're still too gentle, too soft. Work on that so you don't burden the rest of the squad. She gathered up the remains so she could preserve the former Arrancar for Kisuke and Mayuri's experiments. You're a seated officer, act like it. She said before disappearing, leaving a stunned Orihime just before she vomited up her dinner. Chad vs. Edrad. My name is Yasutora Sado. Chad said as he stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles. Fourth seat of Squad U. The larger hollow smiled in anticipation. I'm Arrancar number 13, E-. He paused suddenly, almost as if he just considered something, never mind. It'd be a waste to give my name when I'm just going to kill a lowly fourth seat. He said, smirking confidently at Chad. That's rude, but fair. The Foolbringer said before appearing directly in front of the Arrancar and slammed his fist into his face. With a resounding crack, he was sent flying into the distance and onto a deserted road. As he was tumbling and rolling, Chad caught up to him and punched his head into the ground, leaving a crater and him embedded into the earth. He groaned as he slowly opened his eyes, only to see a foot stomping on his head. After a few stomps, Chad grabbed the Arrancar's ankle, yanked him out of the hole and slammed him face first, making him bounce off the asphalt, before punching him in the chin and sent him flying again. Since I'm going to be killing a lowly Arrancar, he said before activating his full bring, the armor covering his arms. The Arrancar got up, spitting out a couple of teeth and blood while parts of his mask fragment fell apart. I think I've shown to be able to punch through your hero, so shall we try this again? I met a man who said it was a courtesy to give your name before a fight. Very well. Awaken, Volcanica. He called out, holding his blade horizontally before it turned into light and shot into the ground. The area around him erupted into a pillar of flame as bits of magma attached themselves to his arms, reforming into massive arms with protrusions on his shoulder and exhaust holes in the middle of those protrusions. Edrad Leoness. That is the name of the Arrancar that will kill you, Yasutora Sado. He saw Chad's shocked expression and chuckled. This is what happens when Arrancar release their Zapakuto, their resurrection. We gain back our abilities and our former forms, increasing our power far beyond a Soul Reaper. Chad met his opponent's gaze with a glare. So this is the peak of your power? He asked, surprising the Arrancar. Then I suppose I've got nothing to worry about. Chad then charged his arms with Ryatsu, taking the form of electricity around his left fist and fire from his right shoulder. Because I haven't reached mine yet. Is this your Shirkai? Edrad asked, clenching his fists in anger at being underestimated. Edrad, I don't have a Zanpakuto. Chad said, pulling his fist back. I'm a Foolbringer. They charged at each other, concentrated rapier against concentrated fire, and when they met, they exploded furiously. Intense waves of heat hit Chad constantly while Edrad's arms slowly crack and break. Eventually Chad began to weaken as he felt his flesh burn from the volcanic heat of the Arrancar, something Edrad began to notice. It doesn't matter if you're a Soul Reaper or not, he said before punching a tunnel of flames at his opponent, you will still lose here. The fires died to reveal a smoking and badly burned Chad, breathing heavily from his attacks. Thank you for the fight, Yasutora Sado. I'll remember you fondly. No, Chad thought in defiance, remembering his promise to friends. I am the unbreakable shield of the front lines. I protect my friends. He focused on those memories and desires until he exploded, forcing Edrad back from the sheer force. As the dust settled, Chad's right arm resembled a shield and a long spike protruding from his left shoulder. This is the end, Edrad. Chad said before charging at the Arrancar again. He raised his arms to block, but the cracks were spreading and bleeding. El Directo. Chad roared as he slammed his right fist against the large white arms and destroying them like loose, dry clay and leaving Edrad to be hit with a torrent of energy. The Arrancar dropped to his knees as Chad readied the final strike, electrical rapier cackling around his fingertips of his left hand. La muerte. He whispered as he punched Edrad just below his hollow hole, leaving a skull imprint on the ground behind him. The Arrancar coughed up blood as he felt his insides turn to mush, letting out a weak laugh. I'm glad I heard your name. Yasutora Sado. He said before falling dead to the ground. Chad watched his fallen foe for a couple of seconds, offering a silent prayer to the dead, before his squad members recovered the body and took him back to the base. Tatsuki vs. Nakim. Isshin and Tatsuki watched the two Arrancar as the grunts of their squad went about to minimize and undo the damage of the fights occurring around them. A series of large flashes and differing Ryatsus colliding with one another gave a sense that the fights began and some were more questionable than others. Orihime and Chad were holding their own, Yuryu seems to be playing, and he stopped checking on his son, confident that he would be fine. The Hollows made no move to attack the other Soul Reapers, focusing only on the seated officers. Tatsuki, you fight the big guy. Isshin ordered the girl, making her look at him cautiously. He's the weaker one. Don't worry, you'll be fine. She was about to say something before deciding to go with her captain's command. Isshin jumped to meet the Arrancar. On level air to talk better. So, are we exchanging pleasantries before we try to kill each other? The long-faced Hollow smirked, confident that their side would win. I suppose we should give the courtesy before we kill you. He said with a polite little bow that was clearly condescending. I am Shalong Kofong, Arrancar number 11. Nakim Jurndina, number 14. The larger Arrancar said in a low tone, before descending to stand in front of Tatsuki. Isshin turned his attention back to the helmeted Arrancar. Captain of Squad 15, Isshin Kurosaki. The captain responded. She's Tatsuki Arisawa, my fifth seat. So how does this numbering system work? He asked, keeping his cool. Strength? Order of creation? Yes. To both. Shalong responded. The top 10 Arankar, the Espada, are ranked by their power while the rest are numbered by the order of their creation. He smirked, expecting to crush the captain's will with his next statement. Aside from the Espada with us, I'm the strongest Arankar. Isshin responded, with a deeply disappointed sigh. Really? That's a bummer. He said, with a bored look on his face. I'm going to get rusty if all I fight are weaklings and do that stupid paperwork. Those weird guys in that mansion were just not the warm-up. He turned his attention to his future daughter and elected to watch her fight. Shalong grew furious at the blatant disregard of him as an opponent. You should nev dash, he started, attempting to cut Isshin down from behind, only to feel an elbow knock all the air out of him. I don't need to release my seal against you, he said before knocking the man out with a swift chop to the neck. I'm trying to watch the fight, so shut up. He focused on the battle, the fireball dancing around the large hollow with grace, but it looked like he was outlasting her. Take this. She yelled out, coating her arm in rapier fire that did burn the Arankar, but he powered through it to strike at her. He moved his palm at her, she twisted out of the way and slammed her elbow into his gut. He stumbled as she flipped to kick him in the face and deliver a fiery fist to her enemy. He was enveloped in the purifying flames, and when they faded, he was nowhere to be seen. During the attack, he used his sonido to get behind her and kick her into the ground. She tumbled on the ground and got into a kneeling position, just in time to block another kick. She grunted against the pressure, but she took the small window to calm herself and focus on her power. This was her first lone life or death struggle, and she refused to fall. She took a breath and flexed her body, releasing a strong pulse of rapier and strengthened the flames in her hands and feet. What the dash? Nakim asked as he stumbled back. Tatsuki kicked his knee directly in the joint and proceeded to pummel him with her burning hands and feet. Burning assault. She yelled out as she threw her fists out rapidly, creating a snaking path of fire with small fanning bursts with every strike. After a few hundred strikes he was standing in a daze, drifting between conciseness as Tatsuki panted from exertion and punched him one more time. Fireball strike. She yelled as she buried her fist in his gut and turned him into a fireball until he was flat on his back, barely alive from the abuse. Behind him was Lisa, who unsheathed her blade. Smash, Haguro Tonbo. An instant later, a large blade similar to a monk's spade cut off Nakim's head. The blade was as long as his torso with a staff too long to properly wield in small spaces. Lisa was dressed in her sailor outfit and a look of business on her face. My apologies for cutting this short, but the other fights are wrapping up and our sensors recognize another powerful signature coming this way. We need to retrieve as many samples as we can. She explained as Isshin came down. She bowed respectfully to her captain before sealing her zapakudo and carrying his body away. Tatsuki stared in shock by the ease that Lisa handled the matter and the brutality of killing. Before she became a wizard, Lisa was a lieutenant. Isshin explained to the surprised martial artist. After that, she only grew in strength and ability. Same with Hiyori. In terms of ranks, they should be either third at most and fifth at least. He spoke with no sense of humor in his tone, letting Tatsuki take in the expectations he made in making her the fifth seat. We're facing war, Tatsuki. Are you ready for that? You can't expect to spare your opponents like before. Yuryu versus Yilfort. Yuryu disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing far overhead of the Arankar, and released a barrage of fast but weak arrows. The Arankar dodged the attack and met his opponent in the air, exactly as Yuryu wanted. The two enemies glared at each other while standing in the air, the Arankar already unsheathing his blade while Yuryu had his bow at the ready. Yuryu Ishida, 3rd seed of Squad 15. Yuryu said, keeping his calm as he conjured a few bolts. Yilfort Grands, Errand car number 15. The blonde hollow replied. I'll be killing you, brother. He readied his blade while Yuryu scowled viciously. Do not use such familiar terms with me. He pulled his bow back. It's disgusting. He released the bolts and began to jump around, forcing his opponent to twist, turn, and block rapidly, almost dizzily to keep up with the Quincy. If you want to stand a chance, you have my permission to do whatever Shirkai knockoff you Arankar have. Granz glared at the arrogance of the Quincy but smirked, believing that Yuryu's arrogance will be his undoing. If you're in such a hurry to die, then skewer. Del Toro. The hollow called out before armor coated his upper body, looking like a bull's head and torso with long jagged horns. You regretting your choice now, brother? He asked, ready to impale Yuryu with his horns. Yuryu merely raised an eyebrow, confused that this is supposed to intimidate him. Ha, neat. The Quincy said before hold out his bow and shifting it to an intricate design that is unrecognizable as a bow, more like a framework for stained glass. He held the bow to his side casually before shaking it slightly. Toro, Toro. He called out lazily, making Yilfort grit his teeth. You still mock me? He roared as he charged, crossing the distance in an instant. He was fast, but not fast enough. Yes, I do. Yuryu said, just before twisting around the charge and letting his opponent run off harmlessly. When Yilfort turned, Yuryu was goading him on once again. This repeated until he managed to clip the bow with his horn, making the Quincy spin into a collision with the bull until he rolled off the large beast. Not so funny now, brother. He mocked, ignoring a slight pain in his back. Yuryu righted himself and merely continued his actions. He paid for it by getting his weapon clipped again as he spun over the Arankar. He turned back to see Yuryu abandon the shield bow for a pair of silver and black rods that gained blades of black and blue rapier. It was then that Yilfort recognized what Yuryu was doing. During his spins, he shot small arrows into the Arankar's back. Now was time for the next stage. What do you think this is, brother? He yelled in fury. A bullfight, obviously. Yuryu said, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I've been spending way too much time around Ichigo. He thought as Yilfort made one last charge. That's not funny. He roared, intent on skewering the Quincy that was humiliating him. But before he even got close, Yuryu was behind him and his head was no longer attached to his body. Indeed. The Quincy conceded, reattaching the rods to his belt. I was bored from the start. The Arankar fell dead to the ground and Yuryu focused on the two figures still fighting. How long are you going to play Ichigo? Ichigo versus Grimmjow. The two already began their fight. The moment that introductions between them was over, they were fighting. Ichigo already released his first limiter and they were only fighting with their martial arts. Grimmjow was a street brawler, hitting hard and hitting fast and using his ability and instinct. A better street fighter than Ichigo was used to, nothing he couldn't keep up with. As it was, they were more for getting a feel of the other's ability. As Grimmjow felt his fraction drop one by one, he decided to kick it up a notch. Hey, I prefer my fights to be one-on-one. He suddenly said after they separated for a bit. So don't go asking for help. Ichigo matched his opponent's glare with the same intensity. You think I'll need help kicking your butt? He said, just before they both drew their blades and clashed against each other. Sparks flew from their swords as they resumed their battle, the ringing of their blades echoing throughout Karakura. Grimmjow grew more and more angry with the calm look Ichigo had on his face, like he was in control this entire time. That he wasn't even exerting too much effort, and it was pissing him off. He was a king. The strongest. He knew he made the right call to try to assassinate him, but he was doubting he was capable of doing that. I think that's enough of a warm-up. Ichigo said, jumping back and swinging his blade a few times. You going to use that? What did that guy Chad fought call it? Resurrection? Grimmjow was furious with the casual ease Ichigo was taking this, but he'd matched that game. Tell you what. You break that second limiter, and maybe I'll let you see mine. He goaded, letting his arrogance get the best of him. Ichigo merely shrugged. Suit yourself. He said before appearing before Grimmjow and kicking him in the side of the head. The errand car was sent flying until Ichigo appeared before him and struck again, repeating the process until it became like a bizarre game of pinball for the hybrid. Eventually, Grimmjow was able to lash out with his blade. Ichigo, believing in his defensive ability, tried to catch the blade with only his hierro protecting him. There was noticeable resistance, but the blade cut through Ichigo's left hand, leaving only his thumb. Ichigo jumped back to assess the damage while Grimmjow took pleasure in the small victory. You're powerful, but it looks like I can still cut you. He said with a grin, despite feeling battered and beaten. He watched in shock as Ichigo regenerated from the injury. Momentary lapse in judgment. Ichigo said, testing his hand. You won't get another chance. Sensei is going to be sad with me. Grimmjow raised his blade and placed his hand along the midpoint, like he was about to claw his sword. You want my resurrection? He asked in a low growl. Fine. Grind. Pan dash. Ah ah ah. A mischievous tone called out. That's enough fun, Grimmjow. Grimmjow froze as he slowly looked behind to see the ever-smiling Jin, wearing a new white shihakusho. I don't believe Aizen gave you permission to launch this attack. Grimmjow was about to say something, but Ikamaru opened his eyes very slightly, freezing both him and Ichigo with the silent intimidation. Though, this assault may prove useful yet. It's clear our ranks could use some obedience training. He said, leaving the threat to hang there. Wordlessly, Jin flicked his wrist in the air and opened a garganta. Grimmjow slightly went into it while Jin's smiling face met Ichigo's scowl, before he started laughing. I must admit, Ichigo, it's amusing to see the ever-cool Aizen lose to his anger. He is not taking these losses well. Being tricked with the Hogyoku, your growth, and you made expendable soldiers into needed assets by how much his calculations came off. He said, losing himself in a fit of giggles before stopping suddenly. Remember, he knows how to hurt if needed. He said without his smile as he disappeared through the portal. Ichigo stayed there, watching the double agent fade from this world to the world of hollows. That was unsettling. Urahara Shoten Captain's meeting. In the fights our squad members took part in, we got a better idea of the current strength and ability of our Arrancar enemies. Isshin informed his colleagues through a video connection. Ichigo was standing at his side, as was his privilege as the captain commander's student. It can be safely assumed that Arrancar made from Jillians are well below the average lieutenant. Unfortunately, that may change in the future if Aizen figures out a way to improve them. Well, we can take a look at the possibilities after we get those bodies your team recovered. Urahara informed them, already thinking about the possible experiments to come. Time for the grittier side of science. We are at war, we can set aside and worry about our morals when we are at peace. Yamamoto said, a small tone of weariness bleeding through the strong voice of the commander. Ichigo, join the team in escorting the bodies. You'll be staying in Soul Society for a while. Yes, master. Ichigo said, bowing to his teacher. Can I ask why though? The time has come, for your wedding to Lieutenant Rukia Kachiki. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Post-Orihime fight. Deroy was stunned from the sudden sandal slap and was simply standing in a daze. Hiyori stood on the other side, ready and waiting. Finish him. A dark, ethereal voice called out. Hiyori summoned her hollow mask and was instantly at Deroy's side, quickly decapitating him with a swing of her blade. Hiyori wins. Fatality. Orihime was watching from the other side, tears in her eyes. But, this was supposed to be my fight. Post-Chad fight. Chad stood over his fallen foe, offering his silent respects when his phone started vibrating. He checked the caller ID and smiled at his friend's name. He opened the phone, connecting to Kigo. "Do it," he said, turning on his phone speaker. "Y'all can't handle the mother freaking, Chad." Kigo yelled out enthusiastically. "Chad's so hot, Volcanica's flames can't burn him." "How did you even know that?" Sato asked, not expecting an answer. Post Isshin. Fight but not fight. Isshin pulled his elbow away as the Arrancar, Shalong fell to the ground unconscious. In front of the captain came a small game screen saying, plus 500 XP. You gained, a rusty dagger. Isshin looked at the screen for a few seconds before sighing dejectedly. This loot system SCKS. He whined. Post Tatsuki fight. Nikin was about to stomp on Tatsuki's head when a wide blade cut him in half horizontally. Surprise spear. Lisa called out with a triumphant smile. It's a spear you didn't know you wanted. She was still smiling as Tatsuki got up, walked over to the wizard, and threw her over her knee before spanking her with a heated palm. This left the wizard a twitching mess on the ground, whether from pain or pleasure was uncertain. DMN Killstealer. Post Yuryu fight. Yuryu looked over the headless remains of his opponent, deep in contemplative thought. Wondering the most main question of all time. That's it, he said with finality. I'm having hamburgers for dinner. Post Ichigo fight. Marriage of the clans. With Ichigo. Ichigo was making his way through the Dangai, carrying with him a cart containing preservation capsules that held the bodies of the defeated Arrancar inside. Seeing as he was heading into Soul Society, he was given the task of escorting the remains until Squad 12 could recover them and begin their examinations. Ichigo often wondered whether or not to kill the one known as Shalong Kofang, if only to spare him the suffering he'll endure with Mayuri. He forced himself to push that aside, knowing that war was not fought on morals, only power. If they wanted a chance, he would turn a blind eye to certain matters. Yuryu informed him and Isshin about the matter with the Quincy's, but it would have to wait until later. They needed to prepare for either capture or assassination. Turning them was a possibility, but they'd need a situation under their complete control. Which brought his attention back to Okiura, whether he could turn some of the Arrancar to their side. They did not seem to be mindless beasts that strove to quench an unceasing hunger, but aside from his friend among them they all seemed driven by the desire to destroy. He was brought out of his musings as a black cat approached him. Going to see Tatsuki, I take it? He asked, knowing that it was Yoruchi. The black cat looked up to her student and nodded. Yes, I'm done with my vacation, she said in her masculine tone. Caught up with Soifan, whipped the Onmitsukido back into shape, and spent the rest of the time trying to escape my clingy brother. She explained to the hybrid with what seemed like a tired smile. He's really clingy. I noticed. Ichigo responded, getting ready to continue on his way. She did good against her opponent the other day. I've heard. The cat had a gleam of pride in her eye. Now to make sure she does better. Also let Isshin know that the paperwork was finalized and Lisa is now his co-third seat. The old man establishes martial law, but he can't get rid of paperwork. The hybrid grumbled as he stated to leave. Records are important, Ichigo, she told him as they went their separate ways. Even I have to admit that. Ichigo continued on to the light at the end, showing him the opening to Soul Society, where his future wife was waiting for him. Byakuya and him talked a few more times after establishing the political marriage between him and Rukia about clan politics. He had few complimentary things to say about his own clan's elders. Ichigo just wished that he wouldn't be expected to be on anyone's leash, he was in a precarious enough position as it was. He went through the Senkamen and into the Siriidii, which took a massive change since the last time he was there. Ha! He said in mild surprise. Progress. He saw the citizens of the Rukon districts interacting happily with many Soul Reapers, one was even playing with a bunch of kids and another seemed to be tutoring them in Hunsing Reisher. The buildings in the Rokon looked a lot better and the unease seemed to have dissipated from the atmosphere. He decided to take a chance and jumped, using his tempered control of Raisher to soar into the sky. He soon passed the point where the spirit barrier was supposed to be and took in the sights. From the view he saw a number of Shinigami acting as police officers, preventing thefts and murders, all the way to the 20th district on all sides. Jidanbo and the other gatekeepers seemed to be reassigned as prison guards because he noticed some large buildings where many people were shackled with many other Soul Reapers and Punishment Squad members patrolling the area. He slowly drifted back down to his original position where a small group was heading towards his cargo, which had gained a small audience. He landed just as a guy with horns and a lab coat reached the cart. Lieutenant Kurosaki. I am Akon, 3rd seat of Squad 12. He said with a nod. We're here for the specimens. Ichigo felt uneasy referring to cognizant beings like that, living or dead, but he forced it down. Here you go, give Urahara my regards. He said as he left the group and made his way to the Kachiki Manor, where Kakaku and Byakuya waited. Lost no chase. Grimmjow was furious, beaten, and humiliated by how badly his self-imposed mission went. He lost his fraction, each one losing their fight in a mostly honorable one-on-one battle, and was punished for his disobedience. He had both his arms cut off and was subjected to a defenseless beating, courtesy of the 5th Espada, Noritra Gilga. After he was thoroughly punished for his failure did Aizen allow him to have his arms returned and his rank was stripped from him. Tosen, still crippled from his fight from their escape from Seoul Society, called this justice, stating that Grimmjow had no reason but to sate his own bloodlust. He wandered through the deserts of Hueco Mundo, choosing solitude to reflect on his life, determined and planning to get his vengeance against that Dmed hybrid. I did warn you, Grimmjow. He heard from behind, turning to see Okiura standing on a dune above him. I recognized his potential long ago. Now he's had time to refine it. Most of us Arankar are still relatively rough in comparison. Is there a point or are you just trying to PSS me off? The panther growled. Okiura gave him an intimidating look, freezing the fallen Espada. What are you willing to give up? The bat asked, the air becoming heavier reflecting the energy of the Vastolord. I have a secret, an ace in the hole. I have it for my eventual fight with Ichigo, but I will teach it to you if you tell me what you are willing to sacrifice for it. Grimmjow was stunned, a chance to gain power but at a cost. Would his pride allow that? How much did he hate Ichigo Kurosaki? What have I left to lose? He asked after a few seconds. I've lost my rank, my fraction, the respect of my fellow Arankar. What else can I lose? Your desire to become king. Okiura stated simply, shocking Grimmjow again. Is your desire to destroy Ichigo so great that you'd abandon your drive to be the king? Is your thirst for destruction that powerful? Grimmjow's mind was racing. The drive to become the king of Hollows was all he had left of his former group. They followed him because they believed he could become the strongest. Now here was Okiura, someone that reached a point he never could before and offering to train him at the cost of his desire to rule. Was he ready for that? Would he give up that final aspect of his old life to defeat Ichigo? I abandon my desire to be king, for my hunger for destruction. He finally said, earning a rare smirk from the empty Arankar. Then let's begin. Aizen study. Aizen watched the recordings of the fights between Isshin's Squad 15 and his own Arankar. On one hand, he was getting more data on his enemies. On the other, they've made it clear that he would need better quality soldiers. Even Jillian's would need to be brought in. After he turned them into Ajuchas. He wouldn't be as angry, but his slow progress with his Hogyoku was grating on his nerves. If he had Urahara's as well, he could speed up the production of his Arankar, even finish the one he made to stop Yamamoto. But for now, he could either focus on strengthening his forces or augmenting his Hogyoku. The small jewel pulsed in his hand, responding to its master's Ryatsu. Very well. He said after a moment of contemplation. Training it shall be. And maybe another distraction to keep them busy. He turned his focus back on the hybrid, actually smiling at the boy. Course, I do need to get you out of my way. He switched the screen over to Ichigo's sisters, coming home after a day of school. SRD, Sub-Basement Research Lab. Urahara was watching the monitors before him with great intensity, absorbing and analyzing every scrap of data that his scans were getting. The errand car made it into their custody and they quickly got to work, dissecting, scanning, finding out anything they could. Mayuri got his hands dirty, digging through the insides of the dead errand car while Urahara performed multiple scans on the only living specimen. He promised himself he would give up on the holification experiments that led to so much trouble, but some small parts of himself still demanded an answer to strengthen the Soul Reapers for the coming battle. The Wizards could be considered failures in that regard as their power increase is limited to their control of their inner hollow. Ichigo was a better example of his ideal, but that was almost impossible to replicate without more and compliant Quincy. So here he was analyzing data from the other side of the barrier breakdown. That Foolbringer needs to come in for more testing. Mayuri idly stating while looking at the ruptured mess that was once Edrad. And I need to give him an earful about keeping specimens intact. Mayuri continued, but Kisuke gave him no mind. He recognized a trace energy signature that was undoubtedly from the Hogyoku, but different from his own. Still unsure about that one. Mayuri, shut up and come here. Urahara ordered his lieutenant. Mayuri removed his bloodied gloves to join Urahara, muttering about research opportunities without captain responsibilities before joining his superior. Remember the files on my Hogyoku? Of course, we went over those a million times to figure out how to seal it up. The deranged scientist said before looking at the screens and responding in surprise. And that's different. Kisuke started typing away on his keyboard, sending a message to Tensai and Yamamoto. He needed his Hogyoku to confirm his troubled theory. It was over an hour before the Kido Master and Captain Commander came to their location. This had better be important, Kisuke. Yamamoto growled, not wanting one of the most dangerous and volatile creations of recent memory out of its seal for too long. The particular seal we've made is incredibly taxing to do and undo. Tensai chimed in, carrying with him the box that held the forbidden device. Believe me, Urahara said with unease, I pray I'm wasting your time. He grabbed the box and removed his Hogyoku before placing it in a scanner. After a couple minutes the results were coming in, and he was not happy that they did. Just how depraved is that man? Kisuke groaned as he collapsed in his chair. These scans tell me that the Hogyoku is actually sentient. He said, shocking everyone in the room. When I first had the idea of the Hogyoku I knew I needed a vast amount of erasure, pure, unaltered erasure. So, utilizing a valley of screams, I harnessed the power and made my Hogyoku. I succeeded, but it was inactive, almost as if it was sleeping. However, my method was only one possibility, Aizen took the other. He returned the Hogyoku to the box and glared at it. I used pure untapped energy while he must have harvested it from the souls around us. Shinigami, hollow, trying to balance out the mixture, and leaving him with an awakened Hogyoku. Yamamoto squeezed his cane, furious that such acts were going on without his notice. Age really was starting to get to him if something like that escaped him. I'd say, don't worry, because to properly use any Hogyoku requires a massive Ryatsu, closer to Yamamoto in scale, but Ichigo and Aizen have proven that they have enough to use it. Ichigo when we tricked Aizen, and Aizen with these Aaronkar. He hung his head in exhaustion, the discovery reminding him of what kind of being Aizen was. Return the Hogyoku to its seal. Genryusai finally ordered. We step up our preparations and anticipate the worst. With Ichigo's performance against that Espada, we may have a chance while Aizen bolsters his forces as well. Giving me ample time to train and prepare Ichigo for the coming battles. For now, keep silent about this. Especially since weddings are meant to be happy occasions. Considering it's the Kuchikis, I doubt it. Mayuri said, surprising everyone. What? They're boring. Kuchiki manner. Ichigo made his way through the hallowed halls of the Kachiki household, noted as the keepers of Soul Society's history. He immediately remembered why he detested being in the building as he went past many of the house servants and other members of the family. Many of the lower members of the house looked at him in reverence, a mighty warrior that would save and change Soul Society for the better. Most of the more dull nobles held disdain that a half-breed commoner would dare walk in their presence. The smarter ones looked at him like a prize, a piece on their board game of petty politics. He even heard one say, "That street rat Rukia has actually proven useful for once." Byakuya had his respect, he was alright with marrying Rukia, but he wanted nothing to do with these stuck-up BSTRDS. The Shiba family was that, a family. The Kachikis made him feel like he should watch his back every second he was there. He neared the door when he heard Kakaku and Byakuya talking. "Won't be happy about this." He heard Kakaku say, slight concern in her voice. "I don't care." Byakuya said in his firm tone, showing the same steely resolve when he swore to uphold the law. "I am the head of this clan and it will be as I command." He opened the door and interrupted the two heads, feeling this matter was probably about him. "Ichigo Kurosaki." Byakuya greeted his soon-to-be brother-in-law. "Byakuya." "Kokaku." Ichigo returned, greeted the two nobles. "What was that about?" "We are planning to anger the elders." Byakuya said, almost chuckling. "We've agreed on the place being in West Rokon and open for anyone to attend. It'd be a nice chance for the common folk to enjoy the festivities but some of the nobles won't approve." Kokaku added, speaking much more smoothly. "Too bad it's not their call." She chuckled, earning a rare smirk from the sixth captain. "On to other matters, it's time for you to meet my clan's tailor for your robes." Ichigo groaned, not wanting to stand still for hours on end while putting on a much heavier set of clothes he's only going to wear for. Well, not one day as he had his other lovers, but still. The door opened and he was expecting one of the maids to be there to escort him to the tailor. He wasn't expecting his bride to be. "Brother, are you sure I look OK?" Rukia said as she came into the room. She wore a white wedding kimono with a snowflake pattern that shimmered in the light like a fresh blanket of snow. She had her hair cut into a cropped bob hanging around her face. She seemed more mature as well, like her training with Yukitake made her grow. "She's changed so much in such a short amount of time." "Ichigo." She stuttered, clearly not expecting him, as her face burned into a surprised blush. How do I look?" she asked timidly, smiling slightly at seeing her friend and future husband. She was surprised again when he took her hand and clasped it in his own while looking straight into her eyes. "Marry me, Rukia." He yelled out suddenly, making Rukia's entire face turn red as Ichigo looked completely serious. The moment was interrupted when Kakaku punched her cousin in the back of his head. "You're already getting married, you dumbass," she yelled out, as crass as ever. Ichigo was pulled away by one of the Kachiki maids while Rukia was still frozen in shock, redder than Renji's hair. Kakaku then decided to have some fun. "Yes, Rukia, you do look lovely. Though I bet you're more excited about your wedding night," she teased, somehow making Rukia turn redder and emitting steam from her ears. "Yeah, Ranjaku told me how you got a preview." Now just imagine all that long, thick dash. She was interrupted by a swift crack to her head, courtesy of Byakuya's sheath. "Don't be so vulgar, Shiba-san," he scolded the tomboy, who was rubbing her sudden lump. "And Rukia." He saw his sister, passed out on the floor from what seemed to be overheating. "Why am I letting this happen again?" 1 week later, Shiba clan estate. Parties were had, people were gathered, and a good number of the male captains and lieutenants sported a couple black eyes and swollen cheeks. Ichigo's bachelor party ended in violence. Ichigo's friends and family was there as well, leaving Lisa to lead the squad. Isshin was glowing with pride, Yuzu and Karen happy to see their family grow, and Masaki who wore Racier HNDCFFS and was gagged after she somehow started to breath fire. She was still glaring at everyone. He stood in front of a small altar, wearing a midnight black kimono with dark silver bottom, with Chad and Yuryu at his side. Who insisted that his formal attire would be Quincy appropriate and somehow got his way. When the ceremony began, Genryosai led the procession with Rukia and Byakuya trailing behind him and the Kachiki clan elders following behind. Yamamoto took his place at the altar while Rukia stood next to her soon-to-be husband. He gave a standard speech of love and union and a dawn of change for all of Soul Society. Ichigo and Rukia exchanged sake and their rings while making their vows. By the laws of Soul Society and my authority as Captain Commander of the Godai 15, I now pronounce you man and wife. Yamamoto spoke out for all to hear. Now you are Ichigo and Rukia Kurosaki. There was much applause, but Ichigo heard a few surprised gasps. He looked at the Kachiki elders, all wearing strained smiles. You may kiss the bride. Rukia pulled Ichigo in for a passionate kiss, focusing his attention on her, then throwing the bouquet, aiming for Ichigo's other lovers. It shocked everyone when Nimue caught it and was next to Yuryu, leaning her head on his shoulder. Even Yoruchi commented on the girl's speed. All a nice distraction as they head for the reception, but Ichigo still felt the glares from the Kachiki elders. After he managed to pull his father, Byakuya, and Kakaku away, he demanded answers. Ichigo, his father started, in marriages like these, the one from the lower-ranked family usually marries into the higher-ranked one. Meaning you be Ichigo Kachiki instead of Shiba or Kurosaki. Ichigo took a brief moment to shudder, much to the annoyance of Byakuya. But, Byakuya had other ideas. The Kachiki head took over. Many nobles tend to be short-sighted. He said, with a calm seriousness. Caring only about their own gains. Unfortunately, my own clan elders are guilty of the same crime. He looked at his new brother and explained his situation. You represent a great change in Soul Society and are practically guaranteed to become a leader in Soul Society in the future. Their aim is to either get into your good graces or hold you under a heavy threat. Like being ready to have your wife killed at a moment's notice. Ichigo's eyes widened in shock, realizing this was why he felt he needed to watch his back in the Kachiki manner. So Rukia married into your family, putting her under the protection of the Shiba family and a home to be safe in. Kakaku chimed in with a victorious smile on her face. Since most of the squads got re-inspected, it became harder to find a strong and competent enough Shinigami that could be bought, and the Kachiki elders would never sink so low as to go to the lower districts to find an assassin. Effectively, Byakuya started again, you have no obligation to my family and Rukia will be safe with the Shibas. He said, taking a drink of wine. And since any and all dealing between our clans will be done between Kakaku and myself, they have been removed from much of any new power and authority they may have gotten. Don't you fear a reprisal? Ichigo asked. Suddenly the air around him grew cold as Byakuya exerted his power. I am a captain of the 15 court guard squads, and head of the Kachiki family. He said coldly. I fear no man or underhanded attempts on my person. You needn't worry about me. Later that night at a secret meeting of the Kachiki elders. That Tmed brat. One of them growled out, reflecting the attitude of most of his fellows. Who does he think he is? A perfect chance to raise the Kachiki clan to a state above the other 4 noble houses and he just throws it away. Said another, calmer but still angry. He insults the entire clan and the traditions that have made us strong. It was bad enough he brought those 2 peasants into the clan. A third said, speaking in disgust of Rukia and her late sister. Now he does this? What next, burning down the historical archives? No, not Byakuya. One spoke out, with enough authority that the others seemed to look at him as the leader. It's that filthy hybrid Ichigo Kurosaki. He's responsible for all of this. Byakuya would still be compliant if he never appeared and everything would be as it should. So we remove him. Another said, already planning something. Prevent him from corrupting Byakuya any further. Ichigo Kurosaki is the disciple of Genryosei Yamamoto. One almost shouted in shock. Who is capable of challenging that? Not all of the powerful warriors in Soul Society became Shinigami. The leader reminded them. And some that are still bearing an overpowering grudge against certain members of the Godai. I have an associate who has an idea, and creating the means, to take care of our problems. He said, thinking back to his ally in a clan second only to any of the four great nobles, Gyokaku Komoi. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Ichigo's Bachelor Party. All the notable men of the court guard gathered together to celebrate Ichigo's last night as an unmarried man. There were food, drinks, music. Kenpachi wasn't trying to fight someone. Yet, and Mayuri was tied up in the timeout corner for asking Ichigo for same kind of sample that got the scientist a black eye. Not as wild as Kenpachi's, but after the weeks of battles and dangers, people were glad to just unwind. Then Yashiro brought out a massive chocolate cake. Here you go, Ichigo. He cheered, holding out a cake slicer. Enjoy the cake. Yoruchi Nesama made it herself just for you. Ichigo was so confused by the image that he never noticed Urahara and Tessai coming up from behind with a chair and several high-level binding seals. That explains so much and yet so little. He said, looking at the confection cutter in his hand and the cake with slight worry. I'm not sure why, but I don't want to cut it. He said just before Tessai and Urahara got him on the chair. Too bad. He said with glee as dozens of Keto restraining spells locked him in place. You don't need to cut it. Ladies. He knocked on the cake and out popped Ranjaku and Kukaku. With cat ears and tails. Wearing micro bikinis. Remember Ichigo, look but don't touch. Urahara said while the two bustiest women in Soul Society danced for Ichigo's arousal torment. When I get out of here, I'm kicking all of your buttes. He yelled out, straining against the seals. Theft of the seal. Soul Society. It was a week after their wedding, a week spent away from it all. From squads, paperwork, fights, patrols, nothing but themselves, indulging in each other to calm their nerves. Ichigo and Rukia enjoyed their vacation, granted to them by the captain commander, in a small house away from Siriidii. The only notable instance of anything in that week was when Tessai stopped by to give Ichigo a tattoo. It was part of a hypothesis that Urahara developed that should make him immune to Kyoka Suigetsu's power, so now Ichigo had a visage of his horned mask over his heart in metallic ink. They were sitting in front of the lake by the lodge when they saw a single black butterfly heading toward them. Guess this means our honeymoon's over. Rukia said as the messenger landed on Ichigo's finger. After a couple seconds passed, he released a sigh as he rose to his feet. What does Yamamoto want? Something about a joint operation with Toshiro's squad. He said while heading into the small cabin to change into his shihakusho. Inter-squad teams were not unusual but full squad team-ups don't happen unless it's something major. They quickly changed and Ichigo brought them both to the 1st Division base, entering to find Toshiro, Ranjaku, Isshin, Tessai, Hachi, and Yamamoto waiting for them. Chojiro was making tea. Western style. The meeting must be serious if he was getting away with that. Rukia quickly left to return to her own division as Ichigo went inside the meeting room, taking his place beside his father. Thank you for gathering on such short notice. Yamamoto began in his aged gravelly voice. It's that time when we must transport the Oin. At that word the older Shinigami faces hardened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Toshiro and Ranjaku looked shocked while Ichigo was out of the loop. Something Genryusai recognized and began to rectify. The Oin is the royal seal of the Soul King, hidden away in the living world and moved roughly every couple of decades. Like anything pertaining to the Soul King, it is an object of great power that was deemed forbidden to look at directly. Ichigo's expression clearly marked his annoyance and disbelief. So we won't know if we even have the right one for transport. Ichigo stated, letting said annoyance show. Why are we even doing this? Don't we have more important things to do? The Ice Captain and Ash Lieutenant looked to Ichigo in shock of his brazen attitude, sure that he just angered Yamamoto. Like the war against Aizen. The hybrid continued without fear, earning an affirmative nod from his teacher. Absolutely. That is why we're doing this in the first place. The old man said, again earning a shocked look from the youth. Tensai took over, as it was his idea. Aizen looked into a lot of information regarding the Soul King and the Oken. The spell master started. So it's possible he knows about the Oin, but not where it is. Here's the plan, he said before bringing up the holographic projector in the room and displaying the parade escorts. Squad 10 will be joined by Hachigen to recover the Oin and transport it, while Squad 15 and myself will act as a decoy. Should either come under attack, the other will be immediately alerted. So this is banking on the assumption that they'll go after ours because we're the greater threat and more likely to be protecting the real Oin. Isshin asked the other commanders. Can't we seal it away and post decoys anyway? Were it that easy? Tensai sighed heavily. What we are aware of is that the Oin actually alters entire areas, making its hiding place rich in erasure. And according to what we found about Aizen's research, it takes 100,000 souls and a half spirit mile wide radius of land to make an Oken. That land is currently Karakura town, where the Oin is currently sealed. Ichigo and Isshin gasped at the implications and what Aizen was threatening. Because of our focus being on the war and the sudden need to relocate it, the SRDI was only able to make one usable decoy. The human world defenders let out a disappointed groan. Now they are focusing on creating a seal so we won't have to worry about it. Fine. Isshin said as he recovered. Let's get to it. World of the living. The two processions made their way through the sky, a hidden ceremonial parade of musicians and dancers, all led by the Kido Corps and guarded by two entire squads. Tensai and Hachi were in front of the main altars for each parade, sealing them behind a barrier to protect the precious cargo within. Everything was quiet, calm, but no one dropped their guard. The soldiers and spellcasters were ready for most anything. Tensai and Hachi were ready to deploy forbidden Kido spells, granted special permission to use such if it protected the artifact. They were ready, or at least they were mostly prepared. It appeared as though the decoy didn't fool their enemies as a torrent of flame blasted toward Hachi. No problem. He said coolly, snapping his fingers and creating a barrier to block the flames. Commander, they're attacking Dash, he was calmly saying before lightning struck him from above. Without the spellmaster conscious, the Kido he made began to dispel and allow the large ball of fire and lightning to attack with free rein. Soon the convoy was in chaos as the elements attacked. They're attacking, let's go. Tensai yelled out, stabbing his staff in place while the entirety of Squad 15 gathered around him. Kukantanai. He called out, clapping his hands together and pulling them apart with a sphere of light surrounding them. The second that light disappeared, they were next to Squad 10's convoy, which were under heavy attack. Toshiro was currently clashing with someone that wore a ragged cloak and a hollow's mask. The strangest thing though, was that their swords were almost identical. That can't be right. Ichigo thought as he and the squad moved on the assault. Orihime was healing, everyone else was either fighting or rescuing the other convoy. Ichigo flew in to assist while Isshin cleared out two girls that were red and blue, appearing to be Arankar. Ichigo was in earshot as he heard the masked figure speak. You haven't changed at all. He said, prompting Toshiro to try and remove the mask. He only managed to grab the cloak as the figure started to escape, revealing Shinigami attire. Ichigo landed next to Hitsugaya as the young captain seemed downcast. Someone you knew? Ichigo asked, seeing a spot of growing blood on the boy's body. He looked at Ichigo with concern, doubt, before tensing up. Don't you even think about Dash, the hybrid started as Hitsugaya Flash stepped away, dotted. DMN Ice Midget. He groaned just before the ruin altar exploded. Squad 10's members yelled out in worry while Isshin, Tensai, and the members of Squad 15 just waited. Ichigo crawled out of the rubble, regenerating from burns and shrapnel as he stood in front of the remaining leaders. "Doesn't matter if I heal fast, this still hurts." He groaned, pulling out a couple stakes of wood from his arms and chest. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just lost the Oin. Soul Society." Almost immediately upon returning to Siriidii and informing the other captains of the situation, Soifon took a unit of the stealth force to go to the crash site of the Oin convoy to try and find anything clues or leads on the attackers and Hitsugaya's sudden disappearance. Yuryu stuck around with the Soifon's group in the human world while the other seated members of the 15th searched the city and surrounding areas. In Soul Society the injured went to Squad 4 while the Tensei, Isshin, Ichigo, and Ranjiko all went to deliver their report of what happened to the head captain. And Toshiro left without saying a word. Isshin said, finishing his report. "I assume to find and hunt down the people responsible." Yamamoto stroked his beard in thought. "A masked Shinigami and 2 Arankar." He murmured, evaluating the information in his mind. And what would possess Captain Hitsugaya to move without reporting in or to just act on his own accord? He finally asked the captain. To his expectation, it was Ichigo who stepped forward. "Sensei, I could be wrong but it might be someone Toshiro feels he should deal with on his own." The hybrid announced. His sword looked very similar to Toshiro's own Zanpakuto. There was a gasp of shock in a number of the assembled members of the court guard squads. It's impossible for 2 people to have the same Zanpakuto, but how similar can they be? The question lingered among the leaders of the Shinigami as they tried to decipher their lone clue, a possible second Hyarinmaru. Something rare enough that it should be easy to find in the archives. Genryusai finally said as he began to give out his orders. "Captains Urahara and Kuchiki, search the archives for any trace of this instance. You are granted full access to all records to find an answer." The 2 nodded in affirmation to their commands. "Captain and Lieutenant Kurosaki, you are both to look for Hitsugaya and find out anything you can." The father and son did the same as the previous captains. "Lieutenant Matsumoto, you are to return to your division, take charge as acting captain, and await further orders." Ranjiko was about to say something before a glance from Isshin stopped her. "You have your orders." "Dismissed. Squad 10 Barracks." Isshin got a call from Yuryu that prompted his immediate return to the human world, something Yuryu found after Soifon confirmed that the Oin was missing. He ordered Ichigo to take a look through Toshiro's office to see if he could find anything that could help. The 10th squad looked miserable, failing their mission and their captain went MIA. He heard a couple saying it was just as bad as when Captain Isshin disappeared. Matsumoto was doing her best to cheer up her squad mates, but even she couldn't raise her attitude to the usual cheer she had. The entire squad seemed heartbroken, giving Ichigo all the more drive to try to find and bring back their missing captain. "Come on!" Ichigo roared in mental frustration, tearing through anything about Hitsugaya's past he could get his hands on. There's got to be something here. Anything about someone with an identical Zanpakuto. He might not be in the official records. Ichigo. The elder of the 2 Zangetsu spoke to him. Just because they looked similar doesn't mean they are the same. But it's kind of a gut feeling that they are connected. The hollow of the 2 said, offering his insight. It's impossible for 2 of the same exact Zanpakuto aside from dual wielding. Since that unknown assailant's blade resembled Hyarinmaru so closely, it's reasonable to think that their abilities will also be very similar. Question is this guy even registered in the system or was he just some random guy that managed to grab an Aswachi like Zaraki did? Ichigo asked, finally giving up on Toshiro's diaries and journals after finding nothing for the 100th time. His phone rang with a text from his father, ordering him to return to the human world. He got ready to leave when Ranjiku came into the office. "Yeah, Ranjiku?" he asked, not used to seeing the usually jovial lieutenant looking so serious. "I'm going with you," she said. There was no demand, no request, she said it like it was a fact. One that Ichigo didn't agree with. "No, you're not," he said, putting everything back in its place. "You are staying here, making sure your squad recovers, and you are going to lead them until further orders. He tried to leave, but she grabbed his sleeve and made him face her. Ichigo, he's my captain, she said, reminding him that this was technically a matter for her squad. I understand Ranjaku, but you can't leave your squad leaderless like that, he said, using duty to override emotion. Ichigo, please, she pleaded, tears growing in her eyes. I can't lose another captain. Her grip began to slack as she came closer to breaking down. Ichigo wrapped his arms around her and she stilled, slowly latching onto him like a security blanket. Don't worry, he said, tenderly stroking her back. Everything will be all right. I'll make sure of it. After waiting for a few more seconds he pulled away and turned to open space while flicking his wrist, opening a neat garganta. Ranjaku watched as he walked away, a matching silhouette of Jin appearing by his side. Once again, someone she cared about, someone that she felt she could lean on, was leaving without telling her where they were going. Just like Jin did all the time. At least, she thought it was. Ichigo looked back to her and flashed a confident smile. I'm going to bring him back, Ranjaku. Don't worry, he said before disappearing into the void. Silence returned to the squad barracks, leaving her with only one noise. The sound of her heart beating loudly in her chest. Urahara Shoten Squad 15 Barracks. Ichigo made his way through his interdimensional portal and returned to his squad's base in the living world. He made his through the base and taking directions from his squad members, many of whom were almost or fully recovered, made his way to the division's prison cell. Inside were Orihime, his father, and Toshiro Hitsugaya enveloped in Orihime's healing shield. That was annoyingly fast, Ichigo said as he came into the room, the other two keeping a focused gaze on the young captain. What happened? After Soifon confirmed the loss of the Oin and departed, some of the squad found him passed out from blood loss. Isshin informed his second-in-command. We currently have him under for now, because I'm wondering whether if he'll tell me anything, or if I should call Tsukishima. Toshiro's not an idiot, Dad, Ichigo reassured his father. When he wakes up, he'll understand that he might as well tell us what's going on. Does Yamaji know? Isshin nodded as Orihime finished up. Hiyori set up the audio transmission so he can hear what happens, but only those in the monitor room and myself will know what he says. He nodded to his son, telling him to go to Hiyori's station and await further orders. He made his way to her room, which had a video link with Urahara, Byakuya, and Yamamoto waiting. No words were exchanged for hours as they waited. Finally Toshiro woke from his drag-induced slumber. Wakey wakey Toshiro, Isshin said in his dad voice, cheery with enough anger to know he's less than thrilled. You've got some explaining to do, young man. Captain Shiba, Hitsugaya started as he steadily grew more awake, until the sound of a fist colliding with a skull woke him right up. The lecture from his former captain only made it worse for the boy. Abandoning your post. Making no excuse or justification for your actions, letting someone get the drop on you. Weren't you raised better than that? Isshin scolded, giving Ichigo flashbacks to the few times he made Isshin mad himself. Those were scary memories. Now, you are not going anywhere until I get some answers. If you can prove to me you had a good reason for the stunt you pulled, I won't turn you into Yamamoto. There was a pause as they waited for the Ice Dragon's response. Fine, Hitsugaya said, almost defeated. But please, Captain, let me deal with this. I promise to retrieve the Oin, but if I'm right then this is something I have to do. Ichigo and the other listened intently, waiting for the reason, any excuse that might seem justifiable to let things take this course. When I was still an academy student I had a very close friend, named Kusaka Sojiro. We always ended up competing, but it was to improve ourselves as we strove to be the best in the academy. Urahara and Byakuya immediately began poring through the archives, looking for anything regarding this Kusaka character. But that changed when we managed to awaken our Zapakudo and we had the same sword, Hyarinmaru. There was a look of disbelief among the older captains, but they held their tongues and kept listening. Apparently this was against the law, as Central 46 demand that one of us prove our worth for the blade. Kusaka started the fight, and was executed after he was deemed unworthy. And you think this Kusaka has the oin? Isshin asked, not a single hint of doubt in his tone. To what end? That's what I want to find out. So please Captain Shiba, let me deal with this. I have to. Toshiro pleaded. Ichigo looked to Urahara, who seemed to have found something, and whispered to Yamamoto. Ichigo saw the old dragon grip his cane tightly, actually digging into the wooden disguise of his blade. He knew his master was furious because his head can attest to how strong that DMN stick was. Isshin, the leader of Soul Society, finally spoke. Captain Hitsugaya is granted permission to pursue this matter. But he will not do so alone. He faced Ichigo and continued his command. Ichigo will accompany him until the oin is recovered. Isshin relayed the orders, while making it seem that Yamamoto was left unaware. Toshiro was thanking his previous captain greatly as a result. Ichigo, the oin must be recovered at all costs. Until it is safely in our hands, no holding back. Ichigo nodded at his teacher, determined not to let the world come under any risk. Soul Society. Soon Toshiro. The masked figure thought as he stood atop a building within the Siriidii. He remembered the treachery of the corrupted Soul Society, how his devotion was paid with betrayal. All because they had the same blade. His fading soul coming into contact with the power of the oin, like fate itself, wanted him to survive. It took years of training, waiting, building up his power to finally steal the oin. He knew when it revived him that it had the power to fully control time and space, the power forbidden to anyone but the Soul King. He was surprised by the extra convoy, but he knew the true oin when he felt it. Now all that was left was to ensure that Toshiro would join him, but Soul Society was not as he remembered. Master Kusaka. He heard his two loyal Arankar, Een and Yang, come to him. Yang with red hair and fire, Een with blue and lightning. Both nearly identical aside from their color and haircuts, wearing the same sleeveless jackets with their color-coded elbow-length gloves and skirts. It appears that Toshiro Hitsugaya made contact with one of the new Gotei squads. Should we go after them? No. Kusaka answered. Separate Toshiro from them, he will come to me. His hand went to the oin hidden in his pocket. After all, we want the same thing. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Ruruka's Eyes, Take 2. Urahara and Mayuri were poring over their notes, trying to figure out why they only got stars in Ruruka's eyes instead of hearts. The two greatest scientific minds were wasting their time with this minor issue, but they demanded answers. This is proving quite vexing. Mayuri complained. She gets her candies, her plushies, her cute outfits, and all we get are her pupils turning into stars. What is missing? Well, all of those are outside influences of things she want. Kisuk theorized, looking at a collection of drawings of the classical heart. With his mind going to anatomy, he was unaware of his hand idly drawing on of the representations of love. Mayuri noticed it, and got an idea. Kisuk, how about we try this? One experiment later. Ruruka was laying on the table, her body twitching and breath labored, with her tongue hanging out of her mouth with a pleased smile and her pupils turned into hearts. She was dressed in a hospital gown and covered with wires attached to her body. The two scientists breathed a sigh of relief. Should have figured that that would be the key. Urahara sighed. Arlzel, how could we miss that? Now on to actually important stuff. Mayuri said with a smile as he left to continue their real work. Urahara took a second to set out a set of clothes and directions to the nearest shower.